Plex gave me. At one point, they said, "Hey, we're going to upgrade you to."
Yep. Yeah, that sounds right. Alright, if people are good, I'll unmute the stream desktop audio stuff.
People we can choose for internet providers. The one we're using is better than the other one.
Yeah.
Considering we're in the country part
Sounds
of
right,
my state.
unfortunately. Alright.
We only have one option because that provider is the one with existing cables.
Mm-hmm.
We could spend a lot of money on a different provider installing, but why would we?
Yep. I did the math, and AT&T offered if I wanted to pay for it myself, I could get fiber installed. And then I said, okay, how much is that going to be? And then I said no. I'm not paying $20,000 for fiber for 2 years. Especially because then they would still have the audacity to make me pay for it as well every month.
I do have relatives.
Especially just because
in-
you're far away from any place that has fiber installed, aren't you?
Yep. Middle of nowhere.
I think at my parents' house, they're about a mile away from where the fiber was installed, but they'd still have to pay for it themselves if they wanted it.
Yep.
So it's notable when I compare my internet here to my internet when I go visit them. It's like, wow, this is bad.
Okay. Should we do the winter map or the autumn map? I don't think we can seriously consider any other map, but definitely one of those two.
Autumn's best for newer people. Winter's a little bit... It's an interesting one.
Yep. It looks like the main difference is autumn has more connections, whereas in winter, several of the paths between different areas are mapped off, so there's a few more, there's more chokeholds in winter.
And winter randomizes
Yes.
certain things that are fixed
I think that
in
was-
autumn.
You can randomize them on autumn if you want.
Yeah.
I suppose that's true. Okay.
Yeah, mountain's the one I believe that has automatic randomizing of, like, the paths blocked off and stuff.
That was not randomized, but it does start off partly blocked.
Yeah.
Of the maps, with first-time players, I always do autumn.
It
Once
makes
you play the
sense.
second time, winter and lake are both pretty good choices.
Mm-hmm. And then...
We also have 2 new maps coming, Gorge and Swamp, which both seem pretty newbie-friendly as well.
Yep.
I'd probably still start with autumn, but still, they're both pretty good maps. Although, the maps aren't done yet. We just know roughly what the ideas are from some things playtesters have said.
Mm-hmm. And I did not pay enough to be on the playtester list, so...
That's not about how much you paid. They specifically invited certain people.
Oh, never mind, okay.
I think a lot of it comes down to there's certain community members who are just well known, so they got invited. And then, I don't know, maybe there was a sign-up form somewhere that I missed. Although I didn't have time to do any playtesting anyways.
Mm-hmm. And I am definitely...
Reportedly, some of the playtesters have been playing basically daily, testing out the new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And the most I could probably give them is once a month.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The new expansion is looking very good, though. It adds in 3 new factions and 2 new maps.
And a new card deck.
That's technically
Ooh.
a second expansion, but yes, a new
Okay.
deck too.
Which is
Speaking
one
of deck, we should use Exiles and Partisans deck. That one just it's better.
yeah, no. There's a reason why everyone's excited for a third deck, because everybody agrees deck 2 is just superior to deck 1, and why would you ever use deck 1? So it'd be great
The
to have an
original game
alternative.
deck has one advantage to the other decks. It comes in the base game. Beyond that, nothing.
It comes down to the fact, it wasn't Exiles and Partisans one of the first times they actually started doing playtesting? Or was
So they did a little bit of playtesting of the original route, but the game was not built as a competitive game. The game was built as a story game.
Yeah.
So a lot of the community focus has shifted because everybody started playing it as a really competitive war game,
Mm-hmm.
and as a result, they're like, some of these effects are just not balanced enough, even if they tell a good story.
And so now the goal is to try to have competitive factions that still have good stories.
Yeah, basically. So Exiles and Partisans, it still is a little bit rough. It's balanced in a few spots, but overall it's pretty solid.
For the record, Night Miner, the lobby is up.
I guess I will leave my own
Mm-hmm.
thing and join yours. Let me first click a few buttons.
And The problem with Wizard not being here, if it was like Knight or Knight not being here, that's one thing. I could explain the rules without Knight. Wizard not being here is awkward, because if we start the game and he gets here half an hour late, it's like, well, that sucks.
Wizard hasn't played before, I assume.
Nope. Wizard and Lily are the two who are new to the game. And I'll wait to ask you, Lily, which faction you want to be until I've explained the rules in general. If that makes sense.
Let's see.
Okay.
Because the big thing that sets Root apart from most of the games we play is that Root is very asymmetric. All of the factions generally play pretty differently.
There's going to be a set of core rules which we'll explain that all factions have.
Yep.
There's going to be a few things that are specific to your faction, which we'll probably just very lightly gloss over until until it's your turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's, in general, I'll probably at a high level explain the different factions, or Night Miner will, or both of us will. We haven't figured that part out yet. But we'll explain the general applies to everybody rules before the game starts.
Oh, and I'll just say one tabletop simulator quirk we might have to deal with. Usually after we loaded all the factions and loaded everything, it's a good idea. You choose your faction, everybody's in place, then you want to just disconnect or reconnect, because sometimes things like the hands glitch out.
Yep. Which reminds me...
It's a little bit worse in this mod because they tried to do some fancy things that weren't necessary.
That button. Cool.
So yeah, generally if we're playing this in real life, everybody just sits in a spot and the turn order is based on where they sit.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're on Tabletop Simulator, I guess just choose where you want to sit based on, well, how early you want to go first.
And this is definitely...
So probably either me or Baird will go first.
Yep. And this is definitely a game where we're going to use the turn order button because of, it'll make more sense to do it that way.
I think we decided I was going to be Cat's Baron, right?
Yeah, I think that works. And I'll do Woodland Alliance, and Allium wants to be the Eyrie.
Alright.
Eerie.
Which ironically means that, Lily could either be the last remaining starter faction, and thus we only play with starter factions, or you can go wild and choose whoever. Including if you want to be my faction or Night Miner's faction, we will gladly give them up.
I will say, yes, I will let you be Cats. You'll probably have a better time if you're not Cats first game.
It's true. Cats are a weird faction where they're easy to learn, but they're very hard to be good with. As opposed to Eyrie, who is hard to learn, but relatively easy to be good with.
I can't remember any of the keyboard shortcuts. Ah, there it is.
And yeah, you'll notice that whenever you choose a color, it kind of just puts you on the right side of the board. You're not mapped to any specific board on the table. So you could just go to
whichever one you
want
choose, it will move you to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maps. Okay, good. I can still adjust that from here. Do that. Put that in play. And then we will not be using the... What are those cards called that do the thingy that you have the secondary win conditions? Not those.
Dominance?
Yeah. No dominance.
I mean, I'll just say... What do I usually say about dominance? There are dominance cards in the game. They change your win condition. You, 99% of the time, don't want that.
Yeah.
So you'll just play it for whatever it says.
So then we shouldn't include them if we never want them.
Well, they're useful. All cards have a use outside of what they print out of the card.
Yes, because in addition to that, there's also the color, which determines your clearing. So if you don't want to if we don't use them, you could still spend them for items like crafting or extra turns or movement.
If we just remove them, the deck ends up a little bit too small.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not super notable, but it's smaller than it should be. Yeah, we'll explain things. I'll just... At this point in time, we're just waiting a little bit to see...
What I'm doing right now is...
Yeah, my problem is, fiance keeps coming in my room, and then it makes it to where I can't really hear anything being said.
I'll let you know once the instructions start. Right now, Night Miner and I are discussing what we want to do to make this a good first game. So you will probably not understand most of this, because it's a lot of terms you haven't heard before. Once I actually start explaining the game, we'll let you know. Because right now the main thing is being like, is Wizard coming? And I'm thinking I'll give Wizard another, say, 5 minutes to reply at least. And if not, we'll go from there.
Let's see if I go... then since we have Eerie, let me also just set you up to save a little bit of effort. You will go right there.
Yeah, we'll do standard setup, I think. So Eerie in the opposite corner of the thingy as opposed to just whatever choosing.
And then let me just arbitrarily choose what I want over here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll throw that over there. We'll throw that over there. We'll throw that over there. Great, now I'm set up. Okay, one thing I should point out, just a tabletop simulator thing.
Mm-hmm.
So all of us have these little meeple things. Those are just bags. You can pull your warriors out of their bags. So wherever you need them, they're there.
Yep.
Baron, you want to spawn in some tools to help us out?
Which tools?
So there should be a battle mat. We want that.
Battle mat?
Yep.
Oh.
There should also be Supply Knight and the Gizmo are also both super useful.
Hang on, it's thinking.
I need to change my color because I don't have those.
What? You don't have what? These? You just choose whichever one you want, and you'll choose whichever icon represents your faction.
We'll explain all the factions and then tell you which ones are good ones to choose from.
Yeah, because it comes down to the fact that I don't think you'd want to choose a faction before you know how they play. Or what they are.
Well, I guess I could just give you a brief overview of the two I'd probably recommend. So do you want to be the sneaky, plotting Corvids, or do you want to be the RPG hero Vagabond?
Sneaky Corvids.
Okay, so you'll click the purple burn icon on any of these boards.
Yep. And that'll be your board.
Okay.
And then it moves your name
And
over.
I'm going to do something for you. As part of the Corvids, you have these tokens over here. I'm going to give you a secret zone so only you can see what's inside of the zone, so we don't know which ones you've placed.
Yeah.
But first off, just to make things a little bit nicer for you, there's a very, very, very
Yeah.
popular
Yes, we're
house
gonna
rule
use the
here
house
where I
rule.
give you one extra copy.
Yeah.
So you'll
Definitely
get 3 of each instead of 2.
Having
Oh,
played
I
with-
guess I can't.
I
Baron, can you make me moderator?
I mean, I guess I can do that too. Fine.
So let me give you
See,
your own hidden zone.
Long story short, as the Corvids, your gameplay plan is harassing other people to get points.
So tabletop simulator note, see this purple zone I just built?
Mm-hmm.
Anything you
Yeah.
put inside that zone, only you can see.
Yep.
So when you want to take a
Yeah.
plot out to place it, if you flip it over, it'll be the side that none of us know what it is, and then we won't know what you placed.
Because one of the
I'll explain more
Okay.
details about your faction later. That's for now is just know that secret zone.
Mm-hmm. Alright, oh, never mind. Yeah, Wizard has 2 more minutes. Perfect. That gives me just enough time to quickly read over the actual rules for what I'm playing. Because although I know the game rules, I don't know this specific
I am
faction that well. I
I'm going
promise
to
it's-
disconnect and rejoin and see how that goes to me seeing everything.
Yeah, okay.
You might need to re-out me.
Yeah, I know, definitely. Because the question is, when
Oh,
you
feeling.
rejoin, will it actually assign you the correct board or not?
Oh, that one I just need to click it manually.
Okay.
The opping, I don't know if that's tied to user ID or tied to something else.
Fair.
I'm seeing this will let me see. No, I still don't see the fancy board over there. I was hoping I could click some of these buttons to spawn in more things, but nope.
Hi, Cat.
So, Baron, can you spawn in the battle mat?
Oh, right. I was doing the thing. And then it decided not to load anymore. Battle mat.
And then we shouldn't. We probably
is
should
that
get.
a mod? Because if it is, I don't have it.
It's in the rules/tools menu.
Where is that?
It's on the left of the board somewhere.
Because I have objects. Oh, rules. Oh, that left.
It's on the big plate, the board spawning button thing.
Yeah. Point, decal, gizmo, text, combine, flick, line, zone, draw, grab. No.
Oh yeah, grab Gizmo. That's useful. Here, let me pull up your Twitch screen so I can see what you see.
Yeah, that's fair.
That'll make this easier. Because I can't see any of the buttons right now.
Yeah, because gizmo I can do all of it. Yeah.
Oh, hold on, I gotta watch an ad for Thunderbolts.
My apologies. I'd turn this off if I could.
I mean, hey, Thunderbolts is the movie I would watch.
Not
But
that.
as far as ads go,
I just mean Twitch ads in general because they're kind of bad. I am
some
so...
Twitch ads I just hate out completely. This was like, yeah, I'll watch this ad. This is a decent trailer.
I get way too many McDonald's ads. And also
Okay, I can tell you,
more Adobe ads than any normal human being should have to watch.
your problem is probably you are reading these rules instead of looking at the big wooden board.
Okay,
Turn around behind you on the opposite side of the table and
You
look at the
meant-
big wooden board.
Oh, you meant in the game setup. I was looking at my UI. Oh, you meant-
Yeah, that's probably what I was missing.
That's
So,
it,
okay,
yeah.
go to rules/tools.
Yeah, battle mat.
We want the battle mat. We want the gizmo.
Ginzo's gizmo.
Yeah. You probably want the multi-state Wooded Alliance warriors. They're just fun.
Oh, I see why. Because that way you have different variety of shapes. So multi-state.
Yeah,
just
you can
means
change your animal.
You could have fox, mice, and rabbits as opposed to all of them looking like the same animal. That's
Yep. And then if you click on the little next arrow, you spotted the supply knight. So you see the big more button?
Yep. Oh, I already. Yeah. On average, you are probably like 10 seconds behind me on the stream.
Yeah, so one of those buttons should be... Yeah, there we are. Supply Knight is spawned in.
Yep.
So, I'll just say what those two let us do. The gizmo, if you press numpad 0 over something, it will return it to its supply, which is super useful. So that could just save us a little bit of time putting things away. Supply Knight, if you press numpad, I think 7 over your supply, you could use it to then press numpad 7 to place your warriors instantly. Just neat little tricks
when I said
to
this game
do
has
things
more
faster.
scripting than usual, I wasn't joking. To
Well,
be
some
fair-
of this scripting was just added on the top later. Like the supply knight's something I wrote just because it's way easier for playing when you're playing 4 factions at
And
once.
they liked it enough to add it into the actual version of the game.
Well, yeah, the guy who makes this isn't affiliated with Leader Games. They're
Exactly.
just it's a fan made thing.
Exactly.
Leader Games officially supports it. They aren't against us doing it, but it's not them who maintains it.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, we got the battle mat, we got the vacuum. For your warriors, let me delete all your non-multi-state warriors because they're inferior.
Wow. Yeah, 12 mice replaced with 4 mice, 3 rabbits, and 3 foxes.
10 mice, but yes. So usually what I do when I do the multi-state warriors is whatever suit they're spawned in, I'll just set them to that suit. It kind of gives you a history of where did these guys come from to join my rebellion.
Oh, whoops, sorry, Star, I just saw this now.
Also, while I'm here, let me test out. So this is a face-up card. Your hand zones seem to both be functioning. That's good. The Woodland Alliance has 2 hands, unlike the rest of us who only have 1.
Uh-huh. Because I have a special
Right.
deck.
I'm assuming at this stage of the game that no one else is joining us, so I guess we should get started explaining.
Yes, that would be a reasonable thing to do, I think. The Night Miner, would you like to, is everyone okay with Night Miner explaining, or would you prefer if I did it? I know you guys better, Night Miner knows the game better. I will leave it up to you.
I'm fine with anything.
Sure.
Alright, so I'll just go through my regular explaining approach. So, okay. I'm going to use the Eerie to help me explain some things over here, so your warriors will get moved around a little bit during this explanation.
Alright.
And the cats will also be helping to explain who are me. Okay. So, key idea. The goal is to be the first player to reach 30 points. So we have this scoreboard tracker D here at the bottom. And as we move things along, there's little notches that are automatically slotted into. Different factions will score in different ways, but there's also some ways that all of us can score the same. Okay, so basic concepts on the board. First off, if you press the tab key, that'll give you a little arrow that you can point to things if you ever need. So that's very useful for
Yeah, usual.
if you want to just really annoy people, or you want to say, hey, something this clearing. So, each of these are called clearings. Clearings have a number of things called building slots, and they can contain 3 types of tokens. There's these warriors, who are the little meeples. There's these square things are called buildings, and then some factions have these little round things called tokens. Not every faction has all 3 of these. Clearings are connected by paths. These little white line things. Paths determine when you want to move from one clearing to another, you're allowed to move along paths. So this clearing and this clearing, for example, aren't adjacent because there's no path directly connecting them. And these green things are called forests. I don't think we have any factions in play who do anything with forests, so
Nope.
just know that you can't go in forests. These blue things are called rivers. Rivers are a variant of path that most of us can't use, but there is a card in the deck that will allow you to use it. Okay. So within clearings, each clearing has what's called a ruler. The ruler of the clearing is whoever has the most of their combination of buildings and warriors. So if I were to take 2 little Eerie warriors over here the Eerie rule because they have more than they have cats. If I were to have 3 cats in here, I would rule. If there's a tie, nobody rules, although there's a special exception, the Eerie will rule on ties. So in this case, with 2 versus 2, the Eerie's the ruler.
What if there are 3 factions and 2 of them are tied for first?
Just whoever has the most.
Okay.
So we had, let me bring some of your warriors in. If we had a couple more factions in here, in this case, Eerie's the ruler because they tied. If we have more combined against Eerie, that doesn't matter. It's just look at each person individually. And also point out, let's say I bring a building in here. With this building in here, I'm the ruler now because I have 2 warriors and 1 building. So just whoever the most, combining those 2. The little round circle pieces, the tokens, they don't count towards the rule. Okay.
And why is rule important?
That's what we're going to say next. So the first place where rule comes up is when you want to move. If you want to move from one clearing to another, you must rule either the clearing you move from or the clearing you move to. So let's say the Eerie wants to move from here, they may move to any of these 3 adjacent clearings. As opposed to if the Eerie wants to move from here, because they don't rule, the only spot they can move is to this yellow bunny clearing. Now there's an exception to this rule. If you are the Corvids, the purple faction, you may move regardless of rule. So you may always move your warriors.
Which means Lily can always move. Alien can move either if has the most or if tied. And Night Miner and I need to have the most warriors/buildings in order to move in and out of clearings.
Yep.
Okay.
So
This is
next thing I'll explain is the shared deck. So all of us are going to have cards. You'll typically have up to 5 cards in your hand. Hold on, my rotation is set to a much too small number.
Yeah, it's not 45 or 90, is it?
There we go, that's way better. Okay. So there are 4 types of cards in terms of suits. Let me see if I happen to get all of them. Okay, I don't have any mouse suit, but it's pretty easy to infer. So each of these suits corresponds to a suit you can do a certain action on your faction board, which we'll explain a little bit more when we explain individual faction on each person's turn. So different suits match things. The bird suit is a wild suit, so bird will match any of the other suits. So as an example, with the Eerie, they'll use different suited cards to form their decrees, which determines what suit they can take that action in. So a wild card, a bird card, will work in any suit, but if let's say they have a bunny card in their decree, they can only do that action in a bunny clearing, which is any of these 4.
Okay.
Some cards in the deck are special because they are ambush cards, which are going to be relevant to the next things I'm going to explain in battle.
Yep.
Sometimes
Speaking
you
of
are
ambush,
going
I
to
will
want
be
to
right
attack
back.
someone.
Thank you, cats.
Sometimes you are in a clearing and you want to attack somebody because, well, this is a war game. So let's say the Eerie are in this clearing and they decide they want to attack the cats. So the way this is going to work is we're going to roll 2 dice, which this battle mat will conveniently roll for us. And the dice, the higher number is going to be the attackers, and the lower number is the defender. Exception, if you're the Wooded Alliance, they always get the higher number. So that's Baron's faction. So, the number that's rolled is going to determine how many hits you could deal, but it's limited by the number of warriors you have. So in this case, the Eerie has 3 warriors, so they could deal up to 3 hits, and they rolled a 2, so they get to deal 2 of those hits. And in this example, the cats rolled a 0, so they deal 0 hits back. Now, just make it a little more interesting, I'm going to change the dice. So let me just bring these dice over here for my example. And I will say 1-2. So with 1-2, the Eerie are going to deal 2 hits to the cats, and the cats are going to deal 1 hit back. So that means 2 cat warriors will be removed, and 1 Eerie warrior will be removed. Now, if the Eerie managed to deal hits, or let me first do a different example. Let's say the Eerie only have 1 warrior. So even though they rolled a 2, they only get to deal 1 hit because they're limited by warriors. And as one last thing for battle, let's say the Eerie deal 2 hits and they remove both this cat and the building. By removing a building or a token, you score 1 point. So the first way to score that I've talked about is you can score by removing either these square token or these square buildings or these round tokens. So here's an example of what a token might look like that could score off of. Alright. Any questions on moving, battling, ruling?
What's the timing on battling? So you can move and then decide to battle immediately, or not move and then decide to
It's
battle?
going to depend on your faction. So some factions will
Alright.
move or battle for different reasons. As an example, the Eerie are going to do all their moves first, and then they're going to do all their battles afterwards.
And that's on the board, I see.
Yeah.
Is that Birdsong Daylight Evening? Okay.
Yep. Once it's your individual turn, I'll help you work through your faction's first turn a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay. One other thing with battle is these ambush cards. As the defender in battle, you may play an ambush card, and that will immediately, before rolling, remove 2 warriors from the attacker. And if all the attacker's warriors are removed, like if Eerie only had 2 warriors, the battle just ends. The Eerie may foil an ambush by playing their own matching ambush. So there's 2 types of ambush. There's these barred wild ambushes, and there's ambushes that match the specific clearings. So if they played a fox ambush or a bird ambush, they could foil this. But if they don't have either, then they'd lose those 2 warriors. Let's see if I can find an example of another ambush. Ambush. Yeah, here's a fox ambush. So there's 1 ambush for each suit, and there's 2 wild ambushes overall. So usually there's going to be, if you play an ambush, there's a chance someone else will foil it. You're free at any time if you want to look through the discard just to see how many ambushes have already been played.
I think this might be a good point. Is there any questions so far? Or does anybody want to clarify anything? Because that was a lot of information at once, I'm thinking.
I said a little bit earlier, you might have been gone at that time.
Ah, you said it as well. Fair.
Yeah. So there's no questions. I have one more concept to explain, and then we can get started, which is crafting. Okay. So each card has 2 purposes you could use it for. For a lot of the cards, so of course there's a suit. The suit's going to depend based on your faction what you can use it for. And for some cards like Ambush, their second purpose is what I just explained in battle. But a lot of cards will instead have this crafting icons. So the crafting icons won't necessarily match up to the suit of the card. So take a look at this Protection Racket, for instance. Protection Racket can be crafted using 2 bunny icons. Based on your faction, that means something a little bit different. So each of us crafts using a different type of piece and at a different time during our turn. For the Eerie, they craft using these roosts. For the cats, I have 3 different building types. This one specifically, the workshops, I can use to craft. And different factions will have their own things. So let's say the Eerie wants to craft this Protection Racket. To craft Protection Racket, they'd have to have 2 different roosts on the board, both in a bunny clearing. And then during their crafting phase, they can craft this card. As opposed to, if they wanted to craft Charmed Offensive, they only need 1 roost in bunny. If Eerie wanted to craft both of these on the same turn, they would need 3 bunny roosts in total. Some cards have this crafting icon. This just means any suit will work to craft it. So you could craft this in bunny, fox, or in mouse. Now, any cards with a gray background, this is going to be an ongoing effect. So you'll keep the card until something tells you to discard it. Any card with this yellow background is an immediate effect. And the most common immediate effect is these items. The way items work is you'll craft an item, so there's a limited amount you can craft of each of these, and you'll immediately score some points. So let's say they craft Protection Racket. Normally you would score 3 points, and then you take one of the coins items. But if both coin items are gone, you can't craft Protection Racket because there are no more coins. Does crafting make sense?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you know
Can you
how
explain
crafting
it
works,
again,
Bear.
but 3 times slower?
Did you actually want me to explain it again?
No.
Did anybody besides Baron have questions on crafting? Alright, let me just double check that I haven't missed anything, but then I think we're good to start getting the turns going. Let's see, I got move, I got battle. I'll just reiterate, in order to win the game, you want to be the first to 30 points.
And that varies depending on the faction, obviously.
Yeah. So different factions will score at different rates. The Cats and the Eerie both tend to be pretty steady scores. The Woodland Alliance, they tend to score a little bit slowly at the start and very quickly at the end. while the Corvids tend to score in larger bursts and then not score for a few turns. So each of us will score on our own pace, so the score isn't always a great indicator of who's winning, but if somebody has a lot of points, they're probably winning. So keep that in mind. Remember, this is a competitive game, so your goal is to be the first one to win. Your goal isn't to help all the other players win. Okay, so let me put all those back in the deck. And we shuffle up the deck. Okay, everybody, to start off the game, take 3 cards. So you press the number 3, that will just automatically
Or
take
we
3
could
cards and put it in your
deal
hand.
3 cards each player.
Is there a way to do that?
Yeah,
I don't
press
know.
the deal button 3 times.
Oh, then let me... Okay, everybody who's taken the cards, take the cards you have taken and put them back of the deck.
And shuffle it.
Where does my hand go?
Your hand is going to automatically appear at the bottom of the screen. And it will also appear a little spot on your... It's physically located just below your faction board.
Yep.
But you should always see it on your screen. If you don't, then try relogging.
And the advantage of this way is that this way, only whatever's in your hand, only you can see it. Whether or not you're zooming over the entire map, looking at everyone's hands, only you will be able to see the front side of your cards.
And a little bit of Tabletop Simulator information. If you right-click on one of the cards, you can click the Spend Discard button. That will automatically move the card to the discard pile.
Yep.
You don't have to manually drag it over.
And if you press Alt, it will zoom in on the card so you can read it in larger detail.
And then it might come up... Yeah, Alt.
Alt.
What can I do to discard, you said?
Right-click on the card, and then click Spend/Discard.
Cool.
One last thing, let's say you need to show someone else a card during the game. If you flip over the card so it's face down, you can place it on the table, and then someone can hold Alt and Shift on the card to look at it. And you'll see that little peeking icon on it.
Like this?
Yep, hold Alt and Shift together, and you can peek at the card.
There we go.
Cool.
That might show up for a few of us, because especially Baron as the Woodland Alliance, he has a mechanic that will let him peek at certain cards that you have in your hand. Baron, if you haven't done so already, get 3 supporter cards in your supporter's deck.
Yeah, I did that already.
They need to not be stacked if you want them to...
Oh,
There we go.
right.
Alright, I think we're ready to get started, unless anybody has questions before we start.
Just about the tokens we have for the plot stuff.
Yeah, so let me explain each faction a little bit. So the cats, what the cats are going to be doing is we have these wood tokens that gets placed on the board, and we're going to spend the wood tokens in order to build buildings. Each time we build a building, we score points based on how many buildings we've already built of the same type. So our goal is to build a lot of buildings on the board.
The cats currently control the woodlands, and they want to maintain that control by any means necessary. Which includes building a lot of forts so that they can say, we rule this and you don't.
In terms of cards, the cats will spend cards to do a field hospitals, which means they can revive warriors that are about to be killed, and they'll be revived over here at my keep token. And we also will spend bird cards to take bonus actions. The Eerie, they have a decree that they're supposed to meet every turn. Let me actually return the board to the state it's supposed to be in. Because I'm noticing I haven't cleaned that up. There we go. So the Eerie will have different cards in their decree, and based on the cards in the decree, they have to take that action not just this turn, but every future turn. If they don't, they fall into turmoil. So the Eerie will take actions in this order, by recruiting, then moving, then battling, then building. I'll explain a little more detail on your turn. The Woodland Alliance, they're going to be spreading these sympathy tokens on the board, which restrict our movements, because if you move into a sympathy token, you'll be forced to give Baron a card. As they place more and more sympathy, they'll score more and more points. As the Eerie, or as the Woodland Alliance, eventually, they will get to be able to place space on the board, which let them start spotting in these warriors. And the warriors will then let them have a little bit of a military, but more importantly, they could use those to spread sympathy faster.
My goal is to tell everybody that all of you dumb people in charge are stupid, and we would be better as an anarchy society. Oh, the Irie are the former rulers of the kingdom. They're mad that the cats kicked them out, and they want back in. They've been in charge for generations.
One thing I forgot to say at Eerie, you're going to score points at the end of your turn based on how many roosts are on the board. So the more roosts you have, the more points you score.
Nice. See
Okay.
that?
Okay. And lastly, for the Corvids, you're going to place these plots on the board. So your plots each have a different function based on what happens when you flip the plot. And at the start of your next turn, if you have a single warrior or more at the plot, you can flip them to perform their effect. So you have 4 different plots. You have the bomb plot, which remove all enemy tokens, warriors, buildings in that clearing. The snare plot will prevent us from placing stuff in that clearing. I'll point out it doesn't stop us from moving, it just stops us from adding new things. Like if you place a snare on, say, an Eerie roost, the Eerie won't be able to recruit there. You have the extortion plot, which will let you steal cards from other players and draw more cards. And you have the raid plot, which doesn't do anything when flipped, but if one of us removes it, thinking it's a dangerous plot, you just get a bunch of warriors immediately.
Okay.
And then you'll score points when you flip a plot based on how many other plots are already flipped.
So the more active it wants, the more... All of us, our main scoring mechanic in general is flipping over our tokens and having more flipped at once. The scaling is just different.
It depends on whether you score by placing them or you score by having them on the board, or for the Corvids, they score by flipping them.
Okay.
Alright. So I'm going to start my turn, and I'll just kind of explain things as they go along.
Mhm.
And then hopefully, for each other person's turn, I'll give you a pointer to how to get started. But hopefully, if you just read the board from top to bottom, that should explain most everything you need.
Yep, the instructions are mostly to explain things in a more confusing and complicated way.
Or things that just aren't on your faction board, like battling and moving.
It's true.
Okay. So as the cats, I start my turn by placing 1 wood at each of my sawmills. Let me set up that. So I should be able to come... Where's my sawmill? Spawn in the wood right there. There we go. So I use these wood tokens in order to build more buildings. At the start, all my buildings cost 1 wood. So if I want to build a building, I'm going to need to spend 1 wood in order to place it. The only thing I do in my birdsong is I place wood. So now it's my daylight. During my daylight, I may craft cards using workshops. So currently I have a workshop over here in my keep clearing. This is in mouse. So I may craft up to 1 cost mouse card, or I can craft a 1 cost wild card. If I decide to, I can just decide not to craft, so I'll skip that step. And next I get to take up to 3 actions. So I can take 5 different actions in total. I may battle in any one clearing where I have a cat warrior. I may march, which lets me take 2 moves in a row. I can recruit, which means I spawn 1 warrior at all my recruiters. That's these guys with a little handshake icon. I can build by spending wood in order to place buildings in a clearing I rule. And I can overwork, where I spend a card in order to get an extra wood. In order to overwork, my card must match the clearing of the sawmill, though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first build. So by building, it's going to cost me 1 wood. So this wood gets returned to my supply. This is my first action, and because I uncovered a scoring icon, I score 1 point for that building. I still have 2 more actions left. So I'm going to spend a second action. I'm going to spend this card over here to gain a wood on that new sawmill I just placed. And for a third action, I'm going to then place this recruiter in any other clearing I rule. So let's place the recruiter, we'll place it over here. So that's going to cost my other wood that I just spawned in. That's my third action. So that also scores me a 2nd point. While I'm noticing it, I think the Corvid should have something on the board. Let me double check. Nope, that's it. So Corvids, you're supposed to place 1 warrior on the board in each suit. So these 3 warriors, just place them anywhere on the board, 1 in each suit. Except you can't place them at this keep because of a keep restriction.
So 1 of each color, basically.
Yep, so you got a fox one, you're going to need a rabbit and a mouse.
Ow.
Alright, so just a rabbit left. So I'm going to point out now that you have the corvus on the board, I can't actually build this here, so I'm going to build this somewhere else, because I don't rule this clearing. So I'm going to instead build it... where's a place I do rule? Let's build it up over here by my sawmill, I guess.
What does recruiter do again?
The recruiters let me place warriors.
Okay.
Okay. So I've taken my 3 actions, so my turn would be done now, unless I want to spend a bird card to take extra actions. Which I will. So I'm going to spend 1 bird card, that will let me take 1 extra action. And for the extra action, I'm going to use my recruit action. So I'll place 1 warrior at each recruiter. I've now taken 4 actions, so my daylight phase is over. So now I go into my evening phase. In my evening phase, I draw 1 card, plus 1 additional card for each draw icon showing. So every faction has a way to increase their draw. For the Marquise, I place more recruiters, and eventually I'll reveal these icons right here. These draw ones. I haven't placed enough for that yet, so I just draw 1 card. And now that I've drawn a card, my turn is over. I have to discard down to 5 cards if I have more than 5. You're free to have more than 5 outside of this specific time of your turn. Okay. Any questions on my turn? Otherwise, we'll just continue playing for each other player.
If the entire game played like only your turn, I might have more questions, but I know that my turn is completely different from yours.
Yeah, you'll take a lot of similar actions. In a lot of ways, the Corvus are going to be pretty similar to the Cats in how they play their turns.
The Irie?
So they're going to just take a couple actions. Oh, no, the Corvids.
Oh.
The
She's
Irie are going to have the same actions, just in a different order.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so Eerie. The first thing
Yes.
you need to do
I will
is you need to pick a leader.
I will try walking through my
Yeah.
turn.
Before you do that, we first need to pick a leader. So, in terms of the leaders, my recommendation is to either pick the charismatic leader if you want to be aggressive, or to pick the
That's what I
despot
was
if you want to be a
thinking.
little more
Mhm.
not aggressive. Okay. So as
All
part
right,
of
now
your
on
leader
my
pick,
turn,
you gotta
Yes,
put
what
this
else
card
happened?
in recruit and this card in
Nightmare?
battle.
Where's
Elliot
that
has
mark?
played the game
Okay, I see
before,
it.
so I'd say let him do it. He can ask if he has questions.
Let's make sure we're done with setup.
Okie dokie. That does change what I was planning to do. So,
Yeah, just keep in mind the leader you pick will change where your starting blue cards are.
okay. There is so much information all going on all at once.
Yeah.
Alright. On Birdsong. My hand is not empty, so I don't draw a card. Second step. Add 1 or 2 cards to the decree. So I know how that works. But now that means I think I will... Alright. Move from a matching clearing. So I think, whoop. Wah, gotta zoom out so that I can do this. And does that flip it face up automatically?
Yep.
Excellent.
All of us do that.
And then I will craft using Roost, and do I want that? I cannot craft. I mean, I am deciding not to craft on my turn today, so I will.
If you haven't seen it yet, I'm going to point out this ability right here, or I say disability right here. So when you craft items, you'll score fewer points.
Is there normally an amount that you do score for crafting?
Depends on
It's
the
listed
card.
on the item card. So cards will be up to 3 points.
Oh, okay.
You'll always score just 1.
Cards that you can craft say that you.
Yeah, if they say you score points.
If they okay, I was gonna say I'm looking at one right now and it doesn't say that.
Some of them give you
If you look
tools
at
and some give
this
you
one.
points.
See this
No,
card
I
just placed
trust
in front
you.
of you?
I trust you. Yes, I see it.
Yep. That's why I discarded earlier. So that one would score 1 point. You'd still score 1 point for it.
Great. So I'm not going to craft. I will resolve the decree, meaning that I recruit in a matching clearing. Blue is wild. Then after that, well, let's first do that. So that means I put 1 here.
You actually put 2 because of charismatic special ability. So all
That's
your
right,
recruits
I
are
just
doubled.
Selected that. Okay. Then I can move from a matching clearing. I just selected yellow bunnies because, of course, that's who's here right now. That's where I am right now. And I believe I'm not able to go through a clearing controlled by somebody else, but I am able to go to a control,
So-
a clearing controlled by somebody else?
You get to take one move action. So because of this is the only clearing you have warriors in, you can
Yeah.
move from here to any of the 3 adjacent.
Right.
So you rule this one, you don't rule any of these 3, but it doesn't matter because you only need to rule either the source or the destination.
Yes. Is there
Let's say you wanted to move over here.
I would
so
have
first
to
you'd
take
have to
multiple
move at
turns
least-
yes, I understand. I'm just confused because is there a faction that moves with Moncala rules?
With Mancala, I don't think so.
Okay, then I don't know what I remember from the rules video I was
You
watching
might-
earlier.
What you might be thinking of is the cat's forced march ability, where they can take 2 moves as part of a single, and they could theoretically drop off warriors if they wanted to.
That's what I'm thinking of. All right.
You can also
I'm
be
moving.
thinking of Eerie. Eerie, once you get more cards in your decree, you can move more times.
Okay. So that was move. Then I will battle in that clearing that I just
Okay?
invaded.
Murber!
So if there was multiple of us here, you'd have to pick a target, but since there's just one of us, then it would be me. Before you roll, you're
Yeah.
going to want to ask the defender, do you want to play an ambush?
Excellent. So cats.
I'm going to not play an
to-
ambush.
Great.
Okay? And now, since we're done with the ambush phase, you'll click to roll the dice.
Sorry, did you play an ambush? And if so, where
did
do I
not.
see that? Okay.
I did not play an ambush, so there's just nothing happens.
Oh!
So, 0-0, nothing happened for that battle.
Nothing happens. And that was the end of the decree. I gain 0 victory points. And then I will draw 1 card plus 1 for every color. So it is that
See
2?
these?
No.
This icon goes under there.
Oh, it's part of the okay. It's part of the.
Yep, as you
scoring
place more
track.
roosts, you'll draw more cards.
Cool. So I just draw 1.
Yep, just 1.
Whoops. And that's my turn.
And then, now that your turn's over, one recommendation while waiting for your next turn, read over the turmoil rules and let me know if you have any questions on them. You're going to turmoil if you are unable to complete your decree on any consecutive turn. And then you'll do all these steps in order for turmoil consequences.
Okay.
Notably, Eerie is the only faction in the game that can lose points.
Okay. So I think it is Woodland Alliance's
Well,
turn.
next question. Lily, do you want to go next, or would you prefer I go next?
You go next.
Okay, I will go next. As the Woodland Alliance, I do not start out with a board presence. I have to force my way in. And I feel like the correct answer is to force my way in someplace where nobody is. Bad news, that place doesn't exist. I mean, cats are everywhere, but the 2 corners are occupied by Lily, so, I don't want to be too close to the birds, because that's asking for trouble, and I don't want to be too close to the Irie, or to the cats, because that's asking for trouble.
I just set up turns. Can you click the button to pass the turn to Baron?
Oh, what's?
There should be
It should be a button on the top of
Be
your
on the
screen.
top.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. That'll make it a little easier later.
I don't like any of the options for right now. Your guys' starting
Oh.
setup is very bad for me.
Baron,
Yeah,
one thing I
but-
should emphasize for you and for the rest of us, you have to spend more supporter cards in order to place a supporter in a clearing that has at least 3 warriors of 1 player. So this
Oh, yeah.
clearing or this clearing are examples.
Yep, that is correct. It is more
So if we want to
expensive.
try to stop him from spreading, we're going to want to pile up warriors around him.
Woodland Alliance specifically is relatively good at getting its way in around the cats. It is not good at fighting Irie nearly as much. But if I go too close to here, that is where your keep is, and you can spawn more warriors from there. So basically here, 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 here are all bad news for me. The best options are here, and taking my chances with Lily.
This wouldn't be a bad option too.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad option. It just is. I would think I'd want to be as far as I can get to start from the burbs. But yeah, you're right. This isn't a terrible option. That might be where I spread to next. I'm going to start in the yellow.
I should also emphasize, you can't spread your sympathy into clearings that have a face-up snare from the Corvids or that have my keep.
Yep. Which is one more reason to start over here, because I'll already have sympathy. So before Lily has a chance to spread her traps. There's no good way to say that, so I chose the bad way to say it. So, to begin with, I can choose to revolt any number of times. This requires a sympathetic clearing, of which I have none, therefore that does not happen. So instead, I can spread my sympathy as much as I want. I can place it anywhere, if at the moment, because there's nowhere. Once I start spreading sympathy, it must be near an adjacent one. So I'm going to spread... Let's see, because it's number of supporters. So I don't know what the supporters are. I just spend the card, which means the discard pile, right?
Yeah. So you know what those suits are. It doesn't matter what anything besides their suit is.
Oh, so I would need to flip them over to see the suits.
Also,
right?
do you have a hand? You look like you don't have a hand right now.
I have the supporters, no hand.
You have to have both. You have 3 cards in your hand, 3 cards in your supporters.
Okay. So these would have been my...
You'll use your hand cards during your daylight phase.
Which one would I have drawn first? The hand card or the supporters card?
Doesn't matter. You probably would have drawn your hand first, but doesn't matter.
It does matter. Because...
if you want to swap them, I won't be against it. That's probably how
why,
officially...
If you see my cards, you'll see why it matters.
Yeah, if you want to swap them because that's how they were supposed to be set up, feel free.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna put all 6 of them and draw 3 from my hand. Yes, I am.
Alright.
Everyone knows I'm that person. Cool.
Have fun with that.
There we go. Okay. And now I can spend a supporter in... This is a yellow clearing, because it has the yellow trees. So I will spend this yellow swap meet card that is going to be used to start placing sympathy in this area. It doesn't go in the building slot, correct?
It does not.
Yep.
So the only thing that goes in building slots are buildings.
Yep. Square items go in building slots. Circles do not.
Which, buildings is only going to affect me and the Eerie. Yep. I'll just point out, for the 2 of us, we have limited buildings. Eerie also has a restriction of 1 roost per clearing.
Yes.
And these ruins, they block off building slots, so just ignore the building slots they're in. They're not relevant to the factions we're playing with.
Mm-hmm. So when I place sympathy, I have a sympathy tracker, which in this case is just a little fist symbol, and it goes in the clearing. And I'm going to just do 1 on this turn. Next, I can then use sympathy to craft. Does that mean I have to spend it, or I just can craft as much as I have?
So during daylight, you have any cards in your hand, you may do these 3 actions in any order.
Oh yeah.
So you can't train yet because you have no bases, but you can craft or mobilize. Yep. If you craft a card, you don't have to remove the sympathy, but you can only use each sympathy once per turn for crafting.
Got it. So I can just any card.
Let's say you want to craft. You can craft a 1-cost rabbit card right now. If you had 2 rabbits, you could craft a 2-cost or 2 1-cost.
So, for instance, I have this card, Rabbit Partisans, which I could craft right now. Would that become then a triggerable effect I have, or does it take place immediately?
So this is a gray background. It'll be an ongoing effect you'll have for the rest of the game.
Yep.
Keep in mind that does make you discard your hand when you use a special effect.
Correct.
So it's a risk-reward play.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want that, there's a little slot on the side here where you can put all your crafted effects.
Exactly. I'm going to do that because it's free and I'm not required to use it.
And I'll just point out, if you put your crafted effects like this and then just place them up,
yeah.
you'll just see the gray spots, which helps for reading them.
Absolutely fair. So that is
any card you don't want to craft, I would recommend just mobilizing, because that'll give you more supporters for next turn.
Yep. And in that case, I'm going to be instead mobilizing this card, which is the different color. And I will keep the card currently in my hand, and that is the end of my daylight phase, because, yeah, I cannot train without a base.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, I have military operations, which requires my officers. I have no officers, so I have no military operations. So I draw 1 card, and that's the end of my turn.
Yeah, Woodland Alliance takes a little bit to get off the ground, because you need a base to get anywhere.
Yep. Half of my actions I can't even do yet. Lily, it's your turn.
Corvids. So, Corvids, I'll just say, so during your future turns, you'll have the ability to craft and flip using plots you already have placed. On this turn, of course, you don't have a plot yet, so we'll skip over those.
Okay.
Your recruit step, you'll choose any card from your hand, and you get to recruit 1 warrior in each clearing matching that suit. With one exception, if you choose to recruit in Mouse, you won't get to place a warrior in the keep. So you only get 3 warriors in Mouse. If you place a bird card, you'll choose 1 of the 4 suits for the bird, or 1 of the 3 suits for bird.
So Lily,
Once you're done with recruiting,
Lily, do you want to try taking your turn with advice, or would you prefer to have be walked through it?
Probably walk through it right now.
Making sure.
okay. The first thing you're going to want to do is recruit. Before you do that, though, plan a little bit about how you want to take your 3 daylight actions. So the main way you'll score points is by plotting. Plotting will cause you to lose warriors when you place the plot, though, the more for how many plots you've already placed this turn. So let's for example, let me just bring a couple Corvid warriors on the board. Let's say you wanted to plot in this clearing over here with these 2 warriors. You're going to be turning one of these warriors into a plot. If alternatively you had already placed a plot this turn, you're going to have to turn 2 warriors into a plot on this clearing. In order to actually flip the plot on your next turn, you need at least 1 warrior next to the plot. So keep that in mind when you're planning where you want to plot.
Because you can't flip them until the next bird song.
Yep, you can't flip them until your next turn. So when you're moving or battling, that's mainly a thing to do if you have excess of warriors and not much else to do. And tricking is the main one. That's like if you want to just throw us off of where your plots are. So plotting is the main action I would aim for on your first turn. As a one other recommendation for plotting, we have the ability to try to expose your plot or to battle your plot to remove it. For most plots, if we battle it, we will lose extra warriors for battling your plot. For exposing it, we'll try to guess the plot by giving you a card. So you want to be a little bit sneaky with your plots, just to make sure we're not easily guessing them.
Yeah. Hi, wizard.
Hello.
And one last tip. In your evening step, you may do the exert action. That'll let you take
Alright.
1 extra action if you don't draw any cards.
Sorry, Baron, I totally forgot. I'm not used to this on a Saturday.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. So, it'd be best for me to recruit first.
Technically speaking, we're only on the first turn, so in theory, Wizard could join. You just don't have the explanation yet, so there'd be that catch.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
So the other option is you could watch the game and see how it progresses if you want to get an idea of that. I don't think we have time to explain the rules all again. Unless people want a refresher.
What is it?
So,
Root.
if we wanted to, we could add in a wizard as a vagabond as a 5th faction.
Yeah.
We could explain the rules a little bit before the start of my turn to give everybody a refresher.
This would go to Bunny.
Alternatively, if you just want to watch, you can just watch.
I can put it in. No.
I did notice that the game board is missing, though, to select a faction.
Oh yeah, I removed them earlier, but we can spawn it back in.
Fair enough. So which would you prefer, Wizard? Do you want to join in and have a brief rules explainer, or do you want to watch?
I want to watch right now while I eat food.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I was mowing lawns today, so
Yeah.
after I got done with work, I was mowing lawns.
Makes sense.
Actually, I discarded the wrong card. Just realized.
Yeah, that'll
I
happen.
don't care that y'all know that because I don't care for that card. I want to put this card.
Alright, so you chose to recruit in Mouse.
Yeah.
When you recruit in Mouse, you will get 3 warriors, 1 in each clearing that's not the keep.
So wait, do I put 3 down then?
Yeah, there'll be one in each mouse. So 1 there, 1 here, and 1 here.
And if she chose...
For any other suit, you'll get 4.
Yep.
And where was that?
This one.
Oh, it's right there. Okay.
No. Yes.
And then
This
at the... It would be in the same one that I took the Corvid Warrior out for a snare, right?
So placing the snare will be part of your daylight phase. So if you're done with recruiting, we can do that.
Yeah, I am.
So if you want to plot, could 2 things I'll recommend. One thing is if you're free to move warriors around using your move actions to help you get more warriors in 1 clearing to plot. So for example, these 2 clearings are adjacent over here. So you could move one of these warriors into either of these 2 clearings, and now you have enough to plot. You're going to want at least 2 if you want to do 1 plot. And if you want to do 2 plots in this turn, your second clearing you're going to need 3 warriors in.
And since it says I can take 3 actions, I could do...
You could do like a move and then plot twice. Although that means one of your plots is going to not have a warrior at it. So your better bet is probably to
Could do,
Unless you use your exert action.
could do this, for
Yes.
instance, and have 2/2s.
Your second plot's going to cost
Oh,
2
right,
warriors.
yes. That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would recommend probably aiming for 1 plot this turn, because then you also get to draw a card, and then maybe next turn try for a double plot.
Yeah.
So choose between your 5 clearings with warriors, which one you want to plot in.
I want to plot in that one. And...
Alright. And you're free to place any of your 4 plot types. None of us will know which one it is. If anybody else wants a refresher of what all the different plots do, you can just look at the Corvid faction board over here. It's got a list of them.
And it's in the same plot that I took it out in, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then since you have 2 more actions, my recommendation would be to move some warriors to defend your plot, or to move them to a spot to prepare to plot next turn.
You'll probably just need to defend, I think.
And as a reminder to the rest of us, Corvids are nimble. They can move ignoring rule. So the Corvids will just run around everywhere.
Yeah. I think that's good, so then I would just draw a card.
Did you want to take a third action?
No, I don't think that would be good for
Okay.
me right
Yeah,
now.
you're free to stop.
You don't want to try to murder the kitty? It
No,
looks
not
very
yet.
juicy.
Yes, please. That would be the end of my turn.
Alright.
Alright, that's not muted on this computer.
Now we'll just keep going around like that for the rest of the game. So it's going to start off a little bit slow, but as the game progresses, we'll get more and more stuff on the board. And we'll start to see some interactions with our different faction abilities. For now, let me just see what happens on my turn.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just going to place my wood again. So I get wood in each of my clearings with a sawmill.
Who will?
And now I have a problem as cat, because there's a lot of people ruling different clearings. It makes it harder for me to build in various places.
Mhm.
So as an example, I can't build here because there's all these eerie warriors piled up there. I don't rule.
Mhm.
And even in these two, I've got a Corvid warrior that's blocking me. So I'm probably going to need to move some warriors into place in order to actually build in some of these clearings. Because there's just too many Corvids all around.
Alternatively, you could attempt to withdraw to focus on these rather than overextending.
Why would I withdraw? Overextending is the way to go. So,
Turtle
what-
cats.
Let's see what we've got going on here. Another thing I'll point out. Let's say I wanted to build over here. In order to build over here, I don't just need to rule this clearing. I need to somehow get my wood over there, which requires me ruling all the clearings in its way.
Mhm.
So one way to stop me is to just outrule clearings in between where my wood is and where the open building slots are. I could more easily build over here because that's only one more clearing I need to rule as opposed to 2. Okay. So I think I want to do... I think building over there makes some sense. That'd be a build, and then a recruit and a move. Okay, so I finished doing my bird song, I placed my wood. I now have the option to craft if I want. I'm going to choose not to craft. And then I get to take my actions. So because of this encroaching eerie threat, and the Corvids, and the Woodland Alliance, there's a lot going on here. It's making the cats have a little bit of a hard time doing, well, any catly duties.
The cat's #1 weakness is action economy.
I'm going to take some move actions to just kind of consolidate my warriors before I start building. So my march action let me take 2 moves for 1 action. I'm going to have this cat warrior just flee, because I don't trust what the revolution's doing over there. And for my second move, I'll point out I can't move either of this warrior over here, because I don't rule either clearing. What I could do, for example, is move this warrior over here. And now I rule this clearing, I can continue moving from it later. So my first action was moving. My second action, I'll do a build action. So I'm going to place this recruiter over here. To do that, I need to use my 2 wood. So that one and this one. And placing that new building scores me 2 points. And then I get one more action, which I'm going to use to recruit. So at this point in time, I have 3 recruiters on the board. So recruit will get me 1 warrior here, 1 warrior here, and 1 here. I'll point out my recruit action I can only do up to once per turn, even if I have 3 actions. So I have a little bit of a limitation getting my warriors up and running unless I have a lot of recruiters. Okay, so that's my 3 actions. So at this point in time, I think I'm just going to end my turn there. I could spend more bird cards if I had them for additional actions. But if not, I'm going to draw cards. By placing my 3rd recruiter, I just uncovered a draw icon. So everybody has these in some form on their faction abilities. In my case, it's by placing enough recruiters. So I'll get to draw 2 cards this turn instead of just 1. And that's the end of my turn.
Okie dokie. I'm mandated to add a card. Goodness, I keep forgetting to zoom out.
1 or 2 cards, if you prefer.
There we go. I will put 1 card in build, and it will be
Okay.
red.
So keep in mind, you're going to have to build in that suit for every consecutive turn from now on.
I know.
All right.
I know. I chose. I'm thinking. I have a plan.
Is the plan to...
Also, you're free to... I'll also say you're free to add multiple cards to your decree if you want to. You have up to 2 each turn.
I know.
Okay.
Let's see. When I move, I still need to obey rule for my destination. Is that right?
Either where you're moving from or where you're moving to.
Okay. I will, during daylight, craft. Gray border means that it sticks around, or is that the opposite?
It sticks
applies
around.
for this
Gray
turn.
will stick around.
Sticks around. Okay.
Yep.
Is there a recommended spot for this, or is that fine?
See this spot over here on the side? On the right?
Oh, yes.
That's
I
not
do.
where you put your crafted effects.
Cool.
And if you start
Make
at
it
the
rid of
bottom
everybody.
top, you can see the effects if you want.
Beautiful.
Let me clear out all of these cards that we don't need. We're not playing with
So I've
advanced
crafted.
setup.
I asked because I no longer need to pay attention to rule.
Oh, I should
because-
point out, if you want to craft that card, you do need 2 roosts in order to craft it. You only have 1 roost right now.
roost. Forget that I thought it was just control. Okay, roosts. That's right, because everybody has their own crafting building, and in my case, that's roosts.
And I'll just, as another tip, since you have revealed that card, putting bird cards in your decree is a good idea because you can take those actions in any suit. There's just the downside of you might lose some points later on if you turbo wheel.
I have the feeling I know what the
Okay.
strategy is.
Well, sure. I will fix the flub by adding blue to recruit. Does that mean I get to do that twice?
Yes, you'll get up to 4 warriors at any of your roosts.
Great. And I only have 1, so I will. Do I click on 4? Then this. Whoa.
Yep.
Where did they go?
So if you want
In
to
your
use
hands.
the keyboard shortcuts, press numpad 7 on the Erie supply.
Oh, I don't have a numpad.
Oh, then never mind. You have to just drag them.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, somebody.
They were in your hand.
What's the shortcut for making them into a nice, neat pile like that?
If you select them all and press a number key, like 2, that'll group them into a nice little 2x2 column thing.
That is not what happened when I hit those keys. But
So if you select all of them while you're holding them,
I
you have
did.
to press 2 while you're holding them.
It's not doing the thing you described, so I'll have to trust that that's how it works for you.
I wonder if it's different because you don't have a number pad.
Yeah, if you mean number pad, you need to say number
No,
pad.
I mean number row 2.
All right. Well, here I am highlighting it and pressing number 2.
Well, it's not
3,
just
4,
highlighting, it's
5.
clicking to
You
pick
have
up.
to be dragging it while you're dragging it.
Oh, I have to be picking them up.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
There we go.
So I have 4 new guys. Thank you for that.
Yep.
4 new guys there. They're there. And then I will move from Yellow Bunny. And I will take those 4 guys. Put them here. And then I will try battling here again. Wait,
Alright.
sorry. Before the roll, do you have any
I will
assault
not ambush.
cards? Ambush, I mean.
Yeah.
Let's re-roll. 3 and 1.
Alright, so you'll lose 1 warrior, and I'll lose... I would lose 3, but I only have the 1.
Alright.
And I'll point out, since I am having a warrior removed as cats, I have the option, if I want to, I may play a... What is this? A fox? I may play a fox card, and that guy will respawn at the keep. So I will play a fox card. Let's do that one. So this warrior you just killed, you actually did not kill him. He survived with our hospitals.
He ambushed. No, I mean, fell back or something. And
We have very
finally,
advanced medical technology.
yes. Finally, I will build. Not there, because that's a ruins here.
Yep.
Excellent. Then that's the decree. I gain 1 point.
Yay!
Woo!
So everybody else in the
And
area will
that-
score more points with more roosts. So the numbers that with different roosts that you can see here.
And I will take a card. And that is the end of my turn.
Erie have started to take back the woodland. So for future turns, now that you have 2 roosts, your 4 warriors, you're free to recruit them in either one. Just note that you have to do them in groups of 2. So you could do 2 and 2,
Right.
or you can do 4 in either one.
And the number 2 comes from my leader.
Yeah, so your charismatic doubles your recruits. With any other leader, it'd be 1.
Cool.
All right.
Passing turn.
I
should also point out, if you run out of warriors, that is a turmoil. So you don't recruit too much.
Yes.
You should have 20 warriors in total, so you can just double check how many you have on the board or hover over your supply to see how many you have left.
Yeah, I have 9 left for everybody.
If you need to eliminate warriors so you don't turmoil, extra battles is a great way to do it.
Just go full murder hobo.
Yeah, the more things you murder, the more likely your warriors are to die in battle. It's like, oh, I guess they died, you can recruit you again. The morality of the Eerie is an interesting one.
Turn.
Yep, it's my turn. I am going to spread sympathy. League of Adventurous Mice will be spent in order to spread sympathy.
You're not revolting, I assume?
No,
Alright.
not that one. This one. Which gets me a point.
So I'll point out, either of these is fine to spread into, since it's only 2 Corvid warriors, not 3.
Yep. The question
Actually,
is,
should
though,
there be 2 there?
Yeah, there was a move.
1, 2, 3. Oh, that was a move. That's what I missed.
Yep. The question is, though, can I move there because there's a plot?
Doesn't matter. So until the plot's flipped over, whatever its effect is, we don't know.
Got it. So I'm going to go harass this poor birdie. And a kitty. Hi, kitty. Hi, birdie. And then that is going to be the end of my sympathy. I can craft using sympathy if I so desire. There is yellow and there is orange. I choose not to craft. And instead, I will do a mobilize. And I will mobilize by adding that. And... yeah, I will hold on to that card. So I'll just mobilize that one. And then I don't have any officers, so therefore I will draw a card and end my turn.
Alright. So Corvids, I'll point out you now have a plot on the board. You don't have to flip it, but flipping it is the main way you score, so I'd recommend, unless you have a good reason, just always flip your plots. Before you flip it, though, you do have the option to craft. So it looks like your plot is in the mouse suit, so you may craft any 1-cost mouse card or a 1-cost wild card. Keep in mind the crafting is a little icon in the corner, not the suit of the card.
Yeah. I have to think real quickly. Sorry. Not gonna craft anything.
All right.
I think what I will do is recruit.
All right. So with the bird card, you get to choose which suit you want to recruit in, but it has to be one of the three.
Mouse.
You're gonna choose mouse. All right.
I accidentally just flung that, and I did not mean to. That's supposed to go there. And then I just gotta place one more mouse, and where the fuck is that? That was here.
If you have a number pad as a shortcut for placing them, you can press 7 on your Corvus supply and then just press 7 on the board to place a warrior.
Okay.
There should be a way to activate that for Eerie if you don't have a numpad. It's somewhere in the controls menu. I'm not sure where.
The eternal question of what angle do I want my camera at to see the best visibility?
If you press shift and then a number, it'll give you different standard cameras you can try.
Oh yeah, but I'm using the right mouse to just like free roam it.
I believe shift 1 or shift 0 gives you the top-down view of the board, which tends to be pretty good for streaming.
Yeah.
And then I want to say it's shift 6 will bring you over to the Corvid's board.
Shift 1 just gives me a view of your board.
0 is probably the map then.
Yeah. But they're all still angled, and that's what I'm trying to figure out what the best angle is.
Since we have all the warriors standing up, it's probably want a little bit of an angle instead of straight up.
Exactly. But I also want to be able to see the text because my cards are floating above my deck.
Oh. What you're saying is, we could go watch your stream to see your cards.
No shit.
I think I want to battle in this clearing. With the
Which one?
cat.
Alright.
Do you have any?
So before...
ambush?
Yep, I will not ambush.
Okay. And
River time?
is it just rolling the dice?
Yeah, you can pick the battle mats over here, the easiest way to do it.
Oof.
Alright. So you're going to lose one warrior, and I will lose one warrior. And then I will choose not to field hospitals.
And that's because you can't kill more people than you have on the field, correct?
Yes, I only had one warrior, so I can only deal one hit back.
Even though you got a 2.
Yep. And for the field hospitals, it is because I chose not to. Not because I'm out of mouse cards, of course.
And Root is the pro people always say I choose not to ambush, even though everyone knows they're full of shit and have no ambush cards.
I think I'm gonna do another action and move this one here. I am so used to playing Repo right now.
Yeah.
I have it set to where it's a toggle for holding stuff.
Playing one game and having to get used to it is definitely a struggle.
Go to my evenings and draw a card.
So you took. Did you want to take a third action?
No.
Okay. You know, we actually have a military presence with these corvids on the board. I don't think they outnumber the Eerie.
If you leave me alone, I'll
No,
take
not
care of
yet.
some of their military.
As the cats, I'm inclined to just build. So if you guys all want to just battle it out while we just build up a nice little economy,
Well, that's
we
the
give
thing
you
is,
jobs for everyone.
I'm pretty sure that the Erie's gonna be all going all murdery.
Well, the Eerie is probably going to want to start taking our Fox clearing soon. Just with that build card in Fox.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll see how that goes. For now, we're probably going to need to...
They have this
I think
one,
we
that's
need to
easy.
expand. So one of the spots to expand is this lovely empty clearing over here. The downside is, there could be a revolt there anytime.
No, there won't be. Yeah, you don't know that. Are you guys supposed to know what my sympathy
Kind of.
cards are, or no?
No, I have no idea. But I'm just assuming you're trying to revolt in one of these
Okay.
two clearings. It's good Eerie or a good Woodland Alliance strategy to revolt as soon as you can.
Yep.
So where you placed your sympathy tends to correspond to where you're trying to revolt.
Yep. And it definitely wasn't because I didn't have enough matching cards to revolt in the goddamn place.
Sometimes that happens. The alternative, I could try to expand over here where the Corvus are getting in my way, or I could try to fight down the Eerie over here where, well, the Eerie are getting in my way with their big army.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter which way I go, I'm kind of pressed.
Yep.
Well, let me just start things out. I've got 2 sawmills, so I get 2 wood. I'll point out, if I don't spend this wood by the end of my turn, it just sits on the board, and any of you that removes it will get 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm incentivized to use my wood as soon as possible.
Isn't that just the rule of game in general? Anytime you kill
Yeah,
cardboard, you get
anything
points.
any round or square pieces on the board will give you a point for removing. So as an example, you could remove this sympathy to get a point. The downside is there are consequences of removing sympathy. Let's see. I think I might take my chances with the Corvids. They seem like the friendliest ones here. So that would be 1 move, 2 moves, a recruit and a build. That seems like a good turn. Okay. And I would be building, I guess, a sawmill. Okay. So I'm going to I finished doing my wood. I choose not to craft. And then I'm going to take my march action. So I move 1 warrior here. And for the second move of march, I guess I move 3 warriors to join this little Corvid guy. That's my first action. For my second action, I'm going to build a sawmill in this clearing over here. So that will cost my 2 wood. And that sawmill will give me 2 points. Oh, Baron, you should have a point because of you placed a sympathy.
Oh, yeah. That is the thing.
I just gave you
can
that. Okay. And then for my third action, I'm going to take the recruit action. So I have 3 recruiters. So I'll just recruit here, here, and here. And
Just
then
curious.
Mhm.
Just curious, how would I have been able to play? I've been reading some of the stuff. It looks like it's only a 4-player game.
We have an expansion that moves up to 5 to 6.
Oh, okay.
So you'd play probably the Vagabond is the most newbie-friendly faction that's not in the game right now. So that's the one you'd probably end up playing.
The 2 kinds of factions in Root are the military and the, like, non-military factions. Too many
call them
military
insurgents.
becomes a very cramped board.
It's Marquise the Cat and the Eerie Dynasty.
Yep.
Those
Yeah,
are the 2
those are
main
really-
ones.
Those are the 2 base game ones. And then the others are the rats, the lizards, the badgers. I think they're technically insurgents, although they're definitely aggressive insurgents.
They're militiants, but that's what everybody debates.
Yeah. And then
The rules say they're militant, which affects a few things with setup. But in terms of the way they play, you can really play them Insurgent if you want.
Which I probably would. I prefer the Insurgent gameplay.
It's basically a question of, are you trying to aggressively battle everybody and get in their way, or are you just trying to keep to your own self?
Yep. I'm trying to, do my own thing. Don't mind me. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Also, I'm done with my turn now, so you can start, Eerie.
Yep. On my turn, I will add a red card to the movement part of the decree. Whoops.
Dun, dun,
All
dun.
One strategy tip for all of us, we just see that that's the ambush card, so now we know there are no more fox ambushes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot
So
of
keep that in mind
information.
when you're trying to see, like, will someone ambush you? They could ambush you with a bird still. There's 2 bird ambushes. But they
On
can't
my
fox
turn.
ambush you.
I will be moved to the potentially craft. Will I craft? You know what?
If you've
Let's,
got a red shirt or mystery box.
Is there any reason for me to have crossbows?
So items are just limitations. They stop from being crafted too much. So the reason to get to any of these item cards is you just get points from them.
All right, cool.
So by you
Um,
crafting
I
it, no one else
will-
can.
I will not craft.
Mhm.
I will move to decree, so I have 2 blue in recruit, and I will. That means because I have the charismatic leader, I instead of recruiting 2, will actually recruit 4.
Hey, Baron.
Yeah.
I see that the Among Us is canceled for tonight.
Yep.
Do you think we'll be able to extend this lobby and for me to be able to play?
I have no problem with that. I'll need to take a break to do the whole thing where I eat food, but I would be glad to do a second game. Anyone else who wants to do a second game, feel free to stay.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Mhm.
This game tends to go for about 2 to 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I think we started, what, an hour ago? Maybe a little less.
We started an hour and 10 minutes ago or so because we get a bit of time for setup and waiting for Wizard to get here.
Yeah, the game
And I
is a lot
totally
faster
forgot.
once we figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Guess where I'm
I would-
battling?
Mhm.
I literally got home from
Oh, my.
mowing a coworker's grass, like at 5:40.
Mhm. Who are
So,
you
yeah.
battling? The purple or the orange?
Orange.
Uh-oh.
You're battling the cats?
Well, actually, hold on a moment. Does everybody start with 20 soldiers?
No, we all have different warrior counts. I have 25. The Woodland Alliance has 10. I think the Corvids have 12, 15, somewhere around there.
15, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Let me
attack
check
the
your-
cats.
Yeah, I got
Yeah, they have
15.
15.
Attack the
Cats
cats.
have more to lose.
Alright. As the cats, I may choose to ambush. What suit is this?
Orange.
I will not ambush in mouse.
That is one problem I
Alright.
have with the game. I really wish it wasn't red, orange, yellow for the suits. The colors are, especially the orange and the red, are very similar.
That is a very unfortunate amount of cats lost. So I will use this nice bird card to save them over at my keep.
Yeah. That's a great use of that card.
Okie dokie.
That is a lot of
And-
cats to not save.
3-0 is
Now
Ooh.
that I move on to my build, I will build down here,
Dun, dun, dun.
and I gain 2 at the end of my turn. I score 2 points and draw 2 cards,
Mhm.
and that's the end of my turn.
And I'll point out something to everybody. So Erie ran out of battles, but if they didn't, it would have been a good idea to do a second battle, because this is basically a free point right here, right now.
Mhm.
At this point in time, Corvids are in the best position to grab that free point on their turn.
Yep. Alright, so my first action is to revolt.
They grab what, 3 points?
What? So between these two options, when I revolt, I remove all warriors in a region. So since my 2 choices are here, and I'm going to be spending 2 blue cards to revolt, including the blue ambush. And so bye-bye, everybody.
There's one more blue ambush out there.
Yes. So, Lily, you can have your burbs back. And Night Miner, you can have your kitty unless you want to... can you field hospital? I don't think you can in that case.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Do you want to spend a card to save your kitty?
I will choose not to.
Okay. And do I replace the sympathy with a base, or do I simply...
You add it.
I just add it.
So the sympathy stays there.
Okay, so that is the new orange base of operations. This is where the mice hang out.
Yep. So officially the revolution has started right over here.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to continue trying to spread from here to do all their revolutionary things.
And this allows me, I spent my supporters, I remove all enemy pieces, I place a base, and then warriors there equal to the number of matching sympathetic clearings, so 1. So first warrior. And then a warrior in the officer's box here, which will allow me to take military operations.
Now, my recommendation is not necessary, but since this is a mouse clearing, I would switch the guy to the mouse state.
You're right, you're right. Here's the other thing, though. Night Miner, you are going to kill me.
Was I?
Once you see what I'm crafting.
Oh, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
And next, I will choose to spread sympathy using the red Fox Partisans card to spread sympathy over here. Gaining me another point. And then that is all my supporters. I have no supporters left. That is the end of my turn. Then, any number of times, I will mobilize. I will add a card to the supporters, and I will craft Propaganda Bureau using my 3 random. Once in daylight,
very spicy.
may spend a card to remove an enemy warrior from a matching clearing and place a warrior there.
So, as one point I'll mention, so for my keep or for the Corvid Snare, if you do that action in that clearing, you won't get to place.
Yep. That makes
But you
sense.
still will get to remove.
Yep. That makes sense. So yeah, that allows me to... Because this is the propaganda, this is... Okay, so it's whatever
that's a-
card I spend, I get that
That's a
card.
great card for the Woodland Alliance, because they'll just be able to pop up warriors anywhere.
Yeah, that's
If we
the
want to
goal.
get rid of it, there's a card called Saboteurs, which I think both have already showed up.
Yep. I
So
spent-
it's
Told you you'd kill me.
you can always search a discard if you want. I'm pretty sure I've seen both of them go though.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure I
Yep.
spent at least one of them, yeah, if not both.
So that card is going to be in the game for a while.
Basically, this will allow me to have a board presence, and I will become a pseudo-military faction as a non-military faction.
You call yourself pseudo-military. You will have warriors. You won't use them for attacking.
No. I will use them to turtle in the back corner of the map and say, "Hi, this is our territory. Get out of here, you crappy cats." And birds, too. The birds can go away, too. We don't like them either.
We are nice, friendly cats. Thank you very much.
Yeah, to be fair, all you've done is get beat up so far. Cats
All
can...
we've done is we have built and we have given jobs to the woodland residents.
Early game cats tend to be everybody's punching bag.
They can work at our workshops. They can work at our sawmills. They can even join our army for potential future conflicts.
Do you have any OSHA equivalent or unionization yet?
Which one's OSHA?
OSHA is workplace safety.
We support, what's that one that does animal rights?
PETA?
Yeah, we support PETA for cat rights.
Okay, the revolution will continue. Moving on. I can no longer
Hey.
do anything in the daylight because I am out of daylight. So therefore, I will move to military operations. I have 1 officer and therefore can take 1 military organization. And I will use a military operation to recruit a 2nd warrior. So another little mousey. And then
You know, I can proudly report we have had no sawmill injuries in these last 3 days.
we'll fix that. And then I draw 2 cards because I now have a base. And that is the end of my
Okay.
turn.
There was that minor incident where the Erie attacked one of our sawmills and killed all the workers, but that wasn't our fault.
I didn't kill all the workers. I only killed the local soldiers. I only killed the garrison.
I'm sure there was some collateral damage. Well, you haven't attacked the sawmill yet, so technically speaking, not yet. But if you destroy it,
See?
there would probably be problems.
Which I will say, just as a strategy tip, it is a good idea if you can, Corvids, to destroy that sawmill. The risk
Fine.
is if I have an ambush, that you might just lose the warriors. But more likely you'll just get a point.
How would I destroy the sawmill?
You'd have to battle it.
Yep.
So that'd be one of
Battle
your
the
3
sawmill?
actions. Yeah. So during your daylight, that will be one of your 3 actions if you want to take it.
Just battling the sawmill.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's battling stuff owned by an opponent, and in this case, that stuff is a sawmill.
Yep.
Discarding that.
Yep.
The advantage is you don't have to roll dice to destroy buildings if they're by themselves. It's just
Were you recruiting with that card? Or are you crafting
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Recruiting.
Lily wants all the pieces on the table.
This
He
one
doesn't want to flip plots yet.
here, right?
Yes, you can recruit there.
Okay.
One thing I'll point out, just because we're getting more sympathy, if you move into a clearing with sympathy, you will have to give Baron a card. But just placing a warrior there doesn't matter.
Yep.
So if you want to move to, say, this rabbit clearing or this fox clearing, there's that sympathy in the way. Or if you want to battle them, you might lose a card.
Yeah. When a player removes sympathy or moves warriors into a sympathetic clearing, you must add a matching card from their hand to my supporters. If you cannot, you show me your hand, demonstrating why you can't, and I see your hand. Then you draw a card and add it to the supporters.
In other words, you lose a card.
Mhm.
Probably.
Yeah.
Unless you have no cards matching that.
In which case, I just get a card.
And
I didn't mean rough military types
First
moving to the
action.
Union territory. This is Union lands.
Where's my...
no, I'm thinking.
There. And... yeah, that seems like a good plan.
I will spend.
Oh, and I will say, anytime if you have any questions, Wizard, feel free to just ask and we can answer them.
And then
I'm more of a person that learns games while playing.
Yeah.
All right.
that one there.
Baron already
Especially
knows
in
that.
this one, where each player faction is played very, very differently, so watching how people play their turns doesn't necessarily help you learn any faction other than the one that they're currently playing.
Yeah.
It helps if you want to learn to fight them eventually, but for a first game, yeah, probably not the most important thing.
The main thing you'll get at least is how the battle system works and how the order of operations works. Since everybody has
And
a
assuming we
first
play a
on
second
zero.
game,
We are
assuming we
def-
play a second, you might get an idea of which faction you want to play.
Yeah.
Whichever one seems the most cool.
My
'cause
next
there are
action's
12, right?
gonna be battling Sawmill.
Okay.
Alright, you're battling the sawmill.
Yeah.
So, I may ambush if I wanted to. I will choose not to ambush. So, normally you'd roll here. I will point out, since my building's undefended, you do get one free hit against it regardless. No matter what you roll, you'll take it. If you want to roll anyways, just because rolling's fun, feel free, but it's not necessary. Alright, so I deal 0 hits because I have 0 warriors. You deal 1 hit, plus 1 hit for it being defenseless, so 2 in total.
Okay.
So you remove my sawmill, you'll get a point for that.
Okay. And then the last one is just gonna be drawing a card. There.
Alright, so I get to place more wood. Chopping down all these trees.
That's what he said.
You know how it goes.
Mhm.
So now I get to craft using workshops. I think I have a mouse workshop, right? Yes. So I will craft the first item of the game using Smuggler's Trail. So this will give me 1 bag, and it will give me 1 point. The bag, there is 1 crafted card that lets you use them. Otherwise, they really only matter for vagabonds and to limit how many items are crafted. So only one more player may craft bags, as you can see by the limits over here. So I get 1 point for my bag. And now I've got no place to build without fighting somebody, it looks like. The question is just who do I want to fight, or do I just decide to keep my wood on the board? Let's see. We do that. Oh, I'm noticing that the Woodland Alliance only has one supporter, which means they're not going to revolt this turn. So that's very useful information to know about my sawmill safety over here. Otherwise, there's this big pile of corvids with an unknown plot type. Do I want to march in there and see what happens? We'll do that. That, and okay. So I'm going to start my turn by recruiting. So I have 3 recruiters. So I'll get a warrior here, a warrior here, and a warrior here. For my second action, I'm going to battle this sympathy right here. Will there be any ambush? That's Woodland Alliance.
No.
No ambush? Okay. I will roll the formality, but it's not necessary. So I get 1 hit plus 1 extra for it being defenseless.
Yep.
So I'll get 1 point for removing sympathy, but unfortunately, you're lying.
There's outrage now, yeah.
That was
I'm
very
not
unconvincing.
going to scream.
Well, I mean, at least having like a "we are outraged."
The Union Busters are here. Get the guns.
I have to give him a fox card to put in his supporters, or a bird card. If I have neither, then I'll have to show him my hand. So here's the card I'm giving you.
Would you prefer? Oh fuck, the scabs are here.
Do you want the card?
Yeah, I would like my card piece.
Okay. So I still have 1 more action left.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, I will take a move action, I think. So we'll take a few guys. Where do I need people? I think I need to move 1 guy over here. And... Oh, actually, wait, I just noticed I have an empty building slot.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't want to move action. I'm going to build a sawmill.
Oh no! How dare you?
That uses my wood that I was trying to defend. Look at that. 1, 2. So I get 2 points for building a sawmill. Just double check that I undid the move properly. So, yep, okay. We're good. So that was my 3 actions. I don't play any bird cards, so I'll just go into my evening and draw my 2 cards. And it's my turn.
Alright. On my turn, I will add a blue dominance card to the decree.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now, it has a special rule that
That only matters if you're
if
playing
it
it
would be...
crafted.
Okay, so if it would be discarded, then it instead gets like set aside as a special
Yeah.
thing. Okay, I see.
So see this red card over here?
Yeah, I 100% get it. I know how dominance cards work. It's just here it says if spent for suit make available, but that
Yeah,
says
so-
if discarded it's available. So
Yeah,
it was just a little inconsistent.
Technically, it's a little bit of unclear wording. It stays in your decree, but if your decree gets discarded because you turmoil, then it would go over there.
Absolutely. Keyword discard. Now,
Yep.
I will recruit twice, and because of my charismatic leader, that means 4. So I will bring 1, 2, and then 3, 4.
And I'll point out if you
and
do
then I
not
will-
build in Fox, you will turmoil this turn.
I did build in Fox.
Oh, you built in Fox last turn. If you don't build in Fox this turn, you'll turmoil.
Oh, build. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I know. I know.
Okay.
I have a plan. I have a plan. I'm
I know
gambling.
what the plan is.
And then I move yellow, red, then blue. Is that order required?
Order doesn't matter as long as you take all three
Order
moves.
doesn't matter. All right. I
And
will
it can be
move.
the color of the starting or the ending one. So if you just move back and forth between
No,
two,
no,
that
it has to be
works
the color of
as
the starting.
well. Oh, sorry.
Has to be the color of the starting.
My bad.
So I moved 1 from yellow to red. I will move 2 from red to orange, and then I will move 5 from orange to this red up here. And
One thing I'll
then,
emphasize with this clearing is this clearing
Uh-huh.
only has one building slot, which is taken, and you're going to need at least 2 battles if you want to remove all those warriors in the way.
Unless you have a card.
Just in case that affects your plan. Unless you have some
Is
card that
that-
changes this.
is that how combat works? I couldn't roll a
You can
5
deal up to
and
3. 3 is the highest number.
Yeah.
Then...
It's a dice with 3, 2, 2, 1, 1, 0, if I recall correctly.
It's basically a 4-sided dice.
Oh.
0, 1, 2, 3,
Gotcha.
but they just made it 12.
Okay.
Well,
If you want to add a second card to the decree to battle, that would help make this plan work.
Mhm.
As long as it's a
Thank
battle in a fox, or alternatively, put a move from a mouse would make the plan work
let's
as
go
well.
back in time and say I did that.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then, yeah, I will attack at least the first time here.
Mhm.
And you can guess, of course,
Alright,
it'll be a
you
second
finished
time
all your
there as well.
moves?
Yes.
Okay.
Murber.
What clearing is that? Is a fox?
Yes.
Yes.
I will not ambush.
All right. Oh,
2 did.
2.
So these 2 cats, I will revive them at the keep by spending this fox card.
All right.
And now
And
for your
again.
second battle.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you need at least a 2 to not turmoil.
3.
Alright,
So I
and
lose
I
one.
will not revive that cat. So you removed one of my buildings, which means you get a point.
Woohoo. Am I up to 3 or up to 4 now?
4.
I think up to 4. So you scored 2 points last turn, 1 the turn before,
Yeah.
you should be at 4. Yeah.
Excellent. And then I will build there.
And you have avoided
Oh.
turmoil for now. Although you now have a
Woo.
different turmoil risk.
Oh, I know. And then at the end of my turn, I gain 3 points. 1, 2, 3.
Mhm.
And draw 2 cards, and that is my turn.
The advantage, of course, of what's going to happen with his turmoil is he'll turmoil with his entire army on the board.
The disadvantage. So let me just point out to everybody. So Eerie has only 2 warriors left in their supply. So on their next turn, unless we kill at least 2 of their warriors, they will turmoil from not being able to recruit. The unfortunate thing with the recruit turmoil is that means you don't get to take the rest of your turn. You only get to do the recruit step, and then you fail at the recruit step. Of course, they can't build anyway, so it's probably fine for them. So it just means I have a large army on the board, a decent board presence.
It does
Alternatively, if some of us do remove up to 2 Eerie warriors, they won't turmoil. So decide whether or not you want to be the Eerie's friend.
Well, it's really their friend because a build turmoil, in my opinion, is better than a recruit turmoil.
Yeah, so you get to take more of a turn with a build turmoil.
The bad news.
This is also a point where the Eerie could try to convince us and try to make a deal, say, hey, you want to remove some of my warriors?
You want to attack my doom stacks? Yeah,
Another thing that could happen is maybe the Corvids bomb that one clearing over there. That could be a bomb.
it could
And
be.
then a bunch of Eerie get killed.
It's true.
And that would also save the Eerie.
Alright, it is my turn. I can choose to revolt. I choose not to. And I will spread a little bit of sympathy, because them goddamn scabs are in my territory. This fucking
Who are these scabs? We're cats.
Union, you're walking across the line, you're working in the sawmills. Fucking scabs.
Oh, these
But there's also
revolutionaries.
Them damn birds. They're scabs.
These
too.
revolutionaries swear like sailors.
Have you worked at a factory in the end of the 1800s? Yes. The idea of not cursing is actually a relatively modern thing. It's just the curses are different. Although, okay, technically speaking, it's not modern, but the idea of it being mainstream, I believe, is relatively modern. I would love to spread some sympathy there, but unfortunately, there's a problem. I don't have enough points to spend on them burps, so we'll just put it over here instead. So I will take this lovely card that I was given by the cats, and I will put the sympathy right back where they took it from. Boom. And stay there this time.
It may not stay there for long. You never know.
It never will.
Hey, we can keep fighting it.
We can
keep fighting it until...
You can keep breaking it, and I can keep putting it back, and we both get 1 point each time. And then, on my turn in the daylight, I have no real interest in crafting anything. Not really, because instead, I'm gonna just, let's see. In the daylight, you can spend a card to remove an enemy warrior from a matching clearing. So that is...
Remember, you could also, if you have a mouse card, you can get another officer, which will help a lot towards your evening.
Oh yeah, of course. So I'm going to spend this mouse card to say bye, Corbin. Get out of my base. Boom.
You using it that? All right.
Yeah.
I would definitely recommend getting an officer if you could.
Oh,
but...
I'm working on that. I'm working on that.
What base was
You do
that?
you.
That was this one. Stay out of my base.
Do
Okay.
you turn it into a mouse?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it. I need to get the mouse out, but yes, I turn it into a mouse. And then I'm going to take this lovely blue card and spend it to get an officer.
Oh, fancy. So thematically, what just happened was he convinced your Corvid warrior to join the revolution.
Yeah. And now you're...
So you had a traitor in your midst.
Unfortunately, let's see. Hang on.
You could also get 2 officers if you wanted instead.
I could. Boom. That is not a good color. And then I'm going to clone this so you still have the same number. It's fine.
That's a trick, I guess. Wait, rename him to Revolutionary Warrior or something. Alliance Warrior.
No, Corvid Revolutionary.
That means I can't use that one anymore, right?
Yeah, I gave you
No,
a
he gave you back another.
I gave you a replacement.
Okay.
This is an advantage of Tabletop Simulator. We can clone and recolor the warrior.
But the color is... Goddamn, that is an ugly color.
It was probably purple to begin with.
Yeah. Can I make it a lighter green at least? No, it's
That
just
better?
going to be green. It's fine.
Yeesh.
There we go. Revolutionary Corvid, and the mouse goes back in the box. Back where you belong, mouse.
You set that mouse aside just so you know you're down 1 warrior.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
your warrior limit will come into play a lot.
Yes, that is absolutely true. So yeah, that mouse needs to go someplace else.
Yeah, I will spawn you a bag.
Perfect.
If I can remember where bags live. Bag. Here we are.
Oh.
That's your bag of not real mice.
Mm-hmm. The dead. The dead go in this bag. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Let's also lock that bag.
Mhm.
There we are.
And then that is the end of a very lovely turn.
Well, you still have evening.
Yep. And then evening, because I have 2 officers, I am going to recruit a couple more warriors. I think there's only 1 mouse, so we're going to put a rabbit here, coming from the nearby sympathetic territory. And then our officer recruited a fox friend. So there
You
we
can
go.
transform him if you want.
I could, but it makes sense how they work.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever story you want to tell with your guys.
Yep.
Currently, the story is the revolution is everybody's in the revolution. It looks like.
It's gonna be a party. Gonna be a party. Revolution party. Murder everybody party. And that
Be
is my
careful. He's got that propaganda. Your warriors, they might fall to it.
turn. Well, that requires getting a Corvid in there. No.
I have
Alright,
one
is that
question
that-
about.
All right. What's the question?
It's about moving warriors. Is it like 1 at a time, or can you move like a certain
You can move
number?
any number. So if you wanted, for
And that
example,
counts as
these 4
one move?
warriors, 1 move would be all of them to any adjacent.
Okay. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do for my bird song, I'm flipping
Mhm.
All right.
a plot
Boom.
by Eerie Warriors.
So
Oh,
one thing I
no.
should mention before you flip, you might have a different plan. If you flip the other plot and it's not a bomb first, this second flip will be worth 2 points instead of 1. So you'll get 3 points in total. If you have a reason not to flip though, then just ignore me.
Do I flip just one or
You,
all
you,
of
you
them?
can flip both your plots if you want. The more plots you flip, the more points you end up getting.
So yeah, I probably might do that first. Actually.
Yeah, because if you blow up the bomb, it won't be on the map anymore, so it won't count as flipped.
Yep.
So that one first, and then that one.
Okay. So you get 1 point for your first flip, and then 2 points for your second flip.
Yep, so that is
So
a...
to the rest of us, the next plot that flips over will be worth 3 points unless one of these plots gets removed first.
Mhm.
Which in this case is the bomb because
Removed.
bombs just remove
Eerie Warriors
themselves.
still go.
Mhm.
Yep. So good news, Erie, you're not turmoiling on recruit.
Woohoo!
Because
Not
of your
yet,
warriors
anyways.
died in a tragic bomb explosion.
Does the Corvid die
That's
too?
fine.
Oh, no, all enemy pieces, okay.
No, just the enemies.
The Corvids are immune to their own bombs somehow.
They fly.
They hitted shelters.
And then that raid token, when removed, place one warrior in each adjacent clearing, expose those, and trigger it. So now it's a kind of a bit of a trap where if we ignore it, it just means the Corvids get more points. But if we kill it, the Corvids get more warriors. One here, here, and here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, something the Corvids sometimes might want to do is if you battle there with just one warrior, you could be trying to take 2 hits on counterattack just to remove it.
Yep.
To remove.
There's a lot of ways
the
to use a
plot.
face-up raid.
Mm-hmm.
If nothing else, more points is always more points.
Elian's Irie, for instance, might want warriors to battle. Meat for the meat grinder. Flesh for the flesh gods.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Currently, 5 warriors, you have to kill at least 3 of them on your next turn if you don't want another recruit turmoil.
Mm-hmm.
While trying to also build in a fox clearing, which
Or-
there's 1 left.
I mean, there also is the option of just accept the build turmoil and then start with fresh next turn.
Yep, you could also just accept it. Accept your fate.
Yep.
I'm also gonna do. So since I'm now on a daylight, I'm gonna move 2 of these twice. Or wait a
2 moves?
second. Yeah, 2 moves to here.
Oh, did you recruit with a card?
No, I did not recruit.
Did you choose not to, or do you... If you don't want to recruit, that's fine. Just want to make sure you didn't forget.
So wait, I can still recruit 2 on
Yeah,
the
you can
first
flip
one?
and recruit.
Okay. Give me 1 second, then I need to think again. That's one thing I wasn't sure of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and recruit then.
Alright. Recruiting in mouse.
Nice.
We got a lot of mouse cards.
Can't do that one. Can't have it. Wrong button. One mouse there. One mouse there.
Why are you back?
Because why
He's not back. There's a new one.
No, I mean the faction.
He's come to...
I mean the faction is back.
The new warrior has come to convince the old one, hey, what do you do? What are you doing over there?
1, 2 on the moves. And then for my third action,
And then, since it's relevant now, I will mention you can only have up to 1 plot in each clearing.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
So,
that's what
alright.
I figured. And then because I want to do that, that means these 2 will go bye-bye.
only 1 goes bye-bye. It's per turn.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, so if you place a second plot this turn, for example, using your exert action, that second plot would cost 2 warriors.
This where it's more visible to me. I don't think I'm gonna do an excerpt.
The rest of us, as a tip, now that there's face-up plots, there are 3 of each plot type. So there's a slightly lower chance that there's another raid plot there, but it could still be another raid because there's 2 more of them.
It is probably not a bomb. Maybe.
It could be a Bob.
It could
That
be
would.
a Bob.
It could be a Bob just to throw us off.
It could be.
We go in there, we guess Bob is like. We go in there, we guess, oh, it's got to be an extortion.
I mean, it
Nope,
does
it's a Bob.
say that she, anytime before drawing cards in their evening, an enemy player in any clearing with a face-down plot token may show you a matching card to guess the type of plot token.
Yep. So, like, let's say I wanted to come over here and guess this plot. First, I need a piece there, so usually a warrior. And then I have to reveal a fox or a mouse card to you. And I'll make a guess. And let's say I guess bomb, and I'm wrong, you'll get the card. But if I guess bomb and I'm right, the plot gets removed and I keep my card.
Okay.
I can do this as many times as I want, and I have cards. As long as I do it before I do my draw step at evening.
Okay.
Alright, so Cat's turn. What is going on in our life? A lot's going on in our life. So I think I have 3 sawmills now. I do.
I will BRB.
So I'm going to place wood, wood, wood. And now I probably want to build a building. I lost the recruiter, which is unfortunate. That means my draw goes back down to 1. I'm also running out of spots to build again, unless I go fight off some rabbits. Well, I guess if I get enough warriors, I could just march right through that Corvid territory and befriend them. You don't mind if I move in there, do you?
What makes you think I wouldn't?
Well, I mean, you don't really have a choice, but I just figured I'd ask.
Up to you.
Let's see. We take 1 action, would be there. 2 actions for moving. 3rd action for building. We can make that work. We need at least 4 warriors there in order to rule there. And I already have 1. And you're Corvid, so you can still leave the clearing anytime you want. You don't care that we're just a giant cat pile sitting there. We'll even help you defend your raid.
Okay. I think I have an idea for my next turn of what to do.
Yeah, okay. I think I like this plan. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to craft. Before I just let me double check that I want to craft this.
Actually, there's another thing. Do I only have 1 point now, or?
You should have 3.
3?
Yes.
Because
Actually, you
I
should
saw
have
where
4
my
points
thing
because
goes.
you also had the other thing you got earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So do I have a? The reason I'm thinking I'm going to destroy the sympathy, and I'm deciding whether I want to craft the card first or whether I want to just use it for something else. That's 1, 2. I don't think I have another action I want to take, so we will craft this. So I'm crafting this card, Saboteurs. It costs. I can use any crafting suit to have it, and it will just sit there until I use it. So Saboteurs, specifically what it does is at the start of my next turn, I may discard this card to discard someone else's crafted card. For example, Baron has this card that I probably want to get rid of before it becomes too problematic.
It is not problematic.
Propaganda.
He's going to be propagandating all our cats. Our cats don't abide by this propaganda.
Perfectly fine. Shut up.
No, it's not.
That sounds like propaganda to
'Cause I
me.
just read it.
Perfectly good
Alright.
card. It's the reason I have your. It's the reason I stole your crow. Yes.
So I'm done with my crafting phase. So now I'm going to do my 3 actions. For my first action, I'm going to battle this sympathy again. You're going to ambush?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No ambush?
No ambush.
Alright, I'm gonna skip rolling because I get a free hit regardless. So that's
Okay.
1 point over there.
Card, please.
I actually do not have a fox card.
Okay,
So
go
what I
ahead.
will do is I will place my hand face down on the table, and you can Alt-Shift to look at them both.
Yep. Lovely
Are you
cards.
satisfied I have no fox card?
Nope, you don't have any fox cards.
So you get to draw a random card from the deck and put that into your supporter stack.
I can't help but notice the deck is already almost empty.
So if I was to give him a card, you know he either got a fox or a bird card. With a random card from the deck, that could be anything.
Yeah.
So he might actually have everything he needs to do another revolt in Bunny, for all we know.
Yep.
Okay, that was my first action. For my second action, I'm going to pick up 4 cats, and they're going to march twice. Once into here, where we will drop off 1 warrior, and then the other 3 warriors continue over to here to this lovely Corvid clearing, where we will befriend all these nice little birds. Hey, birds.
Your cat looks too menacing for that. For befriending.
And then I have to decide whether I want to spend all of my wood on a sawmill, or just spend most of my wood on a recruiter. I think a recruiter is the way to go, because that will get me more cards. So I will build a recruiter, and I'll spend... I get to choose which wood I spend. I will spend this wood and this wood. But I still have 1 wood that I'm leaving on the board here. So I can use that on my next turn, or someone else might kill it. So by building a new recruiter, I get 2 points, and I get to draw 2 cards. And that is my turn.
Okie dokie. On my turn, I'm going to throw a curveball because these cards in the decree can be resolved section by section, but in any order. Once within recruit, within move. Like I could move wild, then red, then yellow.
Yep.
Yeah, you could.
You just have to do all 4
All
of them in
right,
order.
curveball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put
Oh, a second build.
goodness.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So he'll get a
There we
build
go.
off and then turmoil off the red build.
So what that means is he's probably not going to push into my fox clearing, but instead push for a mouse clearing.
I wouldn't even be able to get there anyway.
Yep. But he does
I don't
have
think he
would,
this
yeah.
already he could go to.
I'd have to. Well, actually, I would have to
If
control.
you had enough warriors.
I could move 5 here.
Yep,
then
5 would be
here,
enough.
right?
Yes, and then you need 2 battles that both go well. So it'd be a lot of ifs.
Yeah. Let's see.
If you
Now I'm
accept
just
the
gonna
turmoil,
do
you'll
that.
lose 5 points.
Let me see.
But you also gain 3, so a net loss of 2 this turn.
I'm gonna stick with what I planned.
Alright.
I'm going to recruit twice.
A build turmoil is also a lot better than you might have another recruit turmoil at risk next turn if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I'm just
So
gonna
control turmoil.
intentionally. I'm gonna intentionally wreck things right now, you know. And I will then. So that's those 4. I will move 2 from yellow,
Mhm.
red, and wild. And then attack at least once in this orange mouse where the
Okay.
Corvids
I
have
should
their
mention a Corvid
grip
ability.
plot.
So Corvids have a special ability where if they have a unflipped plot, they get 1 bonus hit as defender. So you're going to guaranteed
Ah.
take 1 hit.
Okay. Or I could try to guess what that is.
Mm-hmm.
You can also try to guess before you battle if you want. So if you have a mouse card or a bird card, you'll reveal it to guess.
Okay.
Only to the Corvids, though. You don't have to put it face up.
I think I'm gonna. Let's gamble.
All right.
Except, thank you for the rules clarification. I'll move 1 more soldier here. So it'll
Okay.
be 6 total. in
You
that
do all your
fight.
moves?
Yes, my movement is done. Purple Corvid. I think that's Lily. Do
Yep.
you have any ambushes that are either the orange mouse or the blue bird that you
No,
want to play?
I do not.
Okay. Oh,
Alright,
2 and
So it's a
2.
2-2. But you'll
I take
lose
3
birds.
because of the plot being there.
Yep.
And then the 2 Corvid.
And here, I'll put them all away with the magic.
Thank you. And then I will do that again.
I love how Night Miner.
Same question. Do you have any ambushes you want to play, Lily?
No.
All right, rolling. 1. Ah!
And one.
And you'll
Is
still
that
take a
enough that I
hit
could
because
still
of the.
build here? Yeah.
You can still
because of
build,
the,
yes.
Plot.
Yeah.
I can still build.
Because there's an empty
So-
building slot.
I
This is
will.
count.
Ah, that's what was preventing it earlier. That's right. Thank you.
And to
then
Lily, I will point out. So since your plot no longer has a warrior at it, you won't be able to flip it on your next turn.
I have to have one warrior on it at least.
You have to have at least one warrior on it.
Okay.
So he didn't remove the plot, but he did prevent the flipping. You can still use it
And
to
I-
craft if you want. It just sits there.
Okay.
Now, of course, it's good. He could still guess that plot if he wanted, if he had the right cards, but he probably should have done that first if he was going to guess.
Yes. I just built a roost, but then I can't build a red roost. So these all. Let's go in order. I have turmoil. Oh no! I lose 1 victory point for each bird card. In this case, that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I discard all of the cards in the decree except for the. It says the viziers, but also the dominance card because that's special.
Well, if you put it in the discard, it will automatically move it to the right spot.
Oh, okay, great.
It's very fancy scripting.
And then discard. Well, I don't know how to do fancy discards. Is there a
if you
shortcut
put-
that I need to know?
You can right-click on it, or if you just put it in the right spot, it will auto-align.
Okay. Got it.
Perfect. Okay.
And then I will depose my leader.
He has been killed. The eerie eagle is dead.
Yeah,
We eat it.
they chopped his head off.
We ate him. Nom 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 nom. Eat the
And
rich.
I will select.
Do you want a recommendation for a new leader, or are you fine picking yourself?
I want to think.
All right.
I want to think. Thanks for checking.
Do you need to choose immediately, or can you choose on your next turn?
You'll choose immediately.
I have to choose immediately.
Normally, you'll choose the
Yeah.
leader during setup. With new players, I let them choose during their first turn, just to let them figure out things a little bit before they choose.
And then
But yeah, normally they never
immediately end.
have a turn without a leader.
Go to evening. I get 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. And draw 2 cards. And that is my turn.
Did you choose commander as your leader?
Thank you. And I also need to reassign the viziers.
Yeah, you
That's
need to
fine.
reassign the viziers, and the leader will go. We got a spot for him here.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. In the end, you lost 1 point this turn because you gained 4, but you lost 5 for the turmoil, so not too bad overall.
Nope.
Erie now have a new policy in play. Instead of recruiting a bunch, they are going to move and battle.
Mmm. Spicy.
And as attacker, I also now deal an automatic hit.
Yes. So that will add to the hits you roll, so you can deal up to 4 hits per battle now. Or more if you craft the right cards. That can be very useful if, for example, you want to fight these Woodland Alliance over here with all these warriors.
Alright, so, thank you very much for the random blue card, Night Miner. Let's revolt in the yellow district.
Ah, so you got a bird. How nice.
Yes, it was very
I
helpful.
mean, hey, as long as you're not revolting in my fox clearing.
Yet.
If I didn't give you that card for removing the sympathy, I would have given you a card for moving through the clearing, so I figured I might as well remove it.
Do I have to put it in the building slot? Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yep.
So that is a building. So for example, the Erie watch into that clearing. They can't build a roost there, but they could build a roost over here if they can manage to rule it.
Alright, so that's the revolt, and I am once again out of supporters, so I will not spread any sympathy or revolt any more time.
Did you get your warriors and your officers for revolting?
Not yet. I'm working on that. So revolting, warriors equal to total number of matching sympathetic clearings 1. So this time it's a bunny. So I have a bunny officer.
We have really contained the rebellion here.
And then I have a bunny over here. So total, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, I'm almost out of warriors already. That is a problem. I only have one
Probably need to
possible...
send some of your warriors to go do their jobs.
What?
You have to send some of your warriors to go do their jobs.
Murdering.
Whatever that is.
Murder the scabs. There are scabs, they must die. That is how we will spread the union.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Allium, do you agree with my beautiful plan?
Usually, I was gonna suggest, like, I don't know, pamphlets and maybe, like,
Have you
standing
read
on
the
a street
history
corner
of
with a
the
megaphone?
United States? Usually the government shoots us first. They literally drop bombs on us. I'm just preempting the bombing raids.
I think that changes you from a revolutionary to a terrorist.
No, it's a revolutionary. If we win, it's a revolution. We're only terrorists if we lose, therefore we will not lose. Yes, Starfire, absolutely relatable. I like the lore. It's good lore. Let's murder some folks.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. And I heard that you're saboteuring and you're coming for my beautiful peoples.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, discard. And hey, that kitty is mine now.
That's my kitty.
That's my kitty.
Are you gonna clone it and change colors again?
Beautiful. Beautiful cat.
Cloned it.
Yep.
So, okay, one thing I'll point out is because you technically replace my warrior, if we go for the latest version of the rules, I can't field hospital it.
Mm-hmm.
So, that warrior is not dead, he has joined your side.
Yep. You won't
So
let
nothing
me use
to
my
say.
card after this, so I use it now. And so
See, my two other cats are gonna just stare at this guy like, what have you done?
he has joined the good guys. He's done with this shit. Alright, and then I can also mobilize to add cards to my supporter deck, and I will do that. And then I can train to spend a card from my hand to place warrior in the officer's box. I am out of warrior, so that doesn't matter. Therefore, it is time to take my 3 officer actions, where I'm going to spend... first off, I'm going to do this. 1, 2...
That could just be one to move both of them.
Hold on, no, it's 1 move. And then...
Okay.
Let's see here. 1 move to... Let's see. I could organize. I could spend the kitty warrior to organize and put sympathy back into territory you keep taking it from. That is a tempting option. But I don't think we're going to do that. What I'm going to do...
I'll give you one tip with the moving the warriors to the base.
Yep.
If instead of moving them, you just go and organize them somewhere, you'll be able to recruit there instead.
Oh, yeah.
So you still have more warriors at the base, you just wouldn't have spent an action moving them back and forth.
Yep. Sorry, repeat that?
So you move 2 warriors to that other base. As an alternative option, you could, instead of moving them, you could send them somewhere else, organize one of them, and then recruit them over in that location.
True.
So it'll be slightly less defended, but you'll gain...
Mm-hmm.
It'll just be a better setup for later.
Yep. I'm just debating if there's any way that I can spread sympathy over here, but that's going to cost me 2 moves at minimum.
That would just cost you 1... It'd be 2 actions, yes.
Yeah, 2 actions, that's what I mean.
I definitely would recommend it, because worst case, he removes your sympathy, and you just gain some supporters, or best case...
I might lose my kitty, and I don't want to lose the kitty. It's a special kitty. And if the kitty dies...
You can always leave that kitty and spread somewhere else, yeah?
Yep.
Key thing is the more you spread, the more supporters you'll start to get, and the more you'll get in our ways.
Yeah. So I
So spread as much sympathy as you can. You also score more.
Yep, I think we're gonna do that. And the kitty bunny gonna go over there. And then the bunny is gonna go to ground. And we're gonna get a sympathy token, which gives me another point.
You got the 1 point level still? Yep.
Yep.
All right.
I've been at the 1 point level for a while.
Your next sympathy will be worth 2 points.
That's been that way for 3 turns. You keep destroying it.
Well, I wonder why. I like that sawmill.
It's a stupid sawmill. You don't pay your workers enough.
We pay our workers plenty.
No,
we
you
give
don't.
them plenty of.
Liar.
We give them tuna.
Liar.
We give them the occasional play with a laser pointer. What more could you ask for? We even give them belly rubs on special occasions.
Belly rubs don't feed the tummy. Belly rubs.
That's what the
don't pay
tuna's
my-
for.
Belly rubs don't pay for my children's braces.
Cats have braces.
Do we look like cats?
Hey, all I'm saying is we give you plenty of tuna.
You have a bird. You don't have braces on that bird.
No, but I do have mice and bunnies, and they definitely got braces.
Do
Braces-
birds even
I
have
see it.
teeth? I don't think birds have
No.
teeth.
Some do, but
Serrated
not
beaks.
this kind.
See, now I feel obligated to Google birds with teeth because I'm sure people have made pictures of that.
There's real birds with teeth.
Probably have.
Okay, but yeah, I only have 3 officer actions, and that's the problem, is that my officer is a warrior, so that would be all 3 of my actions. So therefore, that is the end of those, and thus I draw 3 cards.
Alright, and you have 1 warrior in your supply.
Yep. And that is the end of my turn.
No, it is not teeth. It's known as a tomial tooth, but it's really a sharp ridge on their beak
Yeah, fair
that
enough.
they use to bite their prey.
We can
It's
put
kind of like a vampire fang, but it's not a tooth.
we can put braces on it, therefore it's good enough for me.
Can you? You need like 2 teeth to have braces, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think just 1 alone doesn't work. But maybe your foxes need teeth, or your mice.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I only have 1 bird in the army. And for the Corvid, it's we're looking for glasses and dental or vision. I mean, get all them shinies. Why are there so many birds in my base of operations?
I flip trap. I flip my snare.
Oh no!
Can
You
I
have
be
a-
placed in or moved from the clearing?
Did you have a warrior there at the start of the turn? So you have to do the flip step, and then you do
I
the
just
recruit.
placed it.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
flip-
So the flip goes before recruit.
Okay, then I can't flip it then.
If you want to, just because you revealed it, if you want to swap out that plot for a different plot, I wouldn't mind.
or swap it for the same plot. But
Or
don't
yeah,
tell us.
swap it for the same plot.
Basically, put it away and then
Swap
put a
it.
new one out and don't tell us what it is.
I could do that.
Yep, just so that, because otherwise, the blue could just guess it's a trap, and it's a trap. No offense, blue.
But I mean, how good is Admiral Akbar's impression?
Not mine.
That one instead. Alright, I'll do the recruit. And then... I don't have to be rolling a plot to place. Rolling a place.
You
to
do
place
not.
a plot down, do I? Okay.
Yeah, you don't need to roll for anything for your faction. You can disrupt rule for us just by having a lot of warriors there, but otherwise rule doesn't matter to you.
Life. There. Oh, do this one. Fly.
Dun, dun, dun.
There are plots everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Should fix that.
Also, I'm out of building slots, I think, so if anybody wants to just leave their clearings, leave me more building slots, that would be great.
You have one right here. Yeah, you'll need to fight for them. You can't have mine. I mean, you can have this one if you want. I don't care about that one. You just can't have this one.
Well, we'll think about that one. That one's pretty far away. We'd have to conquer one of your other clearings or that Eerie clearing to get there
I have
first.
2 clearings. It's fine.
I think I'm just gonna draw and end my turn that way. I don't really have anything I want to do other than what I did.
Alright. Let's see. I need wood. Well, I guess before I get my wood, I'm going to use my Saboteur's card to discard an enemy's crafted card. And we're going to discard this guy over here. No more propaganda.
It was great propaganda. These are beautiful flyers.
We lost a cat to the propaganda and have imposed our corporal punishment
I
on him.
only converted the cat because you did that. Otherwise, I would have gone for the birds first. I wanted a color. I wanted a warrior from each faction in my color.
The harshest punishment we know of is our cat sit upon you.
I do love this
wood.
gigantic stalemate that's forming here.
Let's see. We get a wood there. We get a wood there. We get a wood there. I've now got 4 wood on the board, and who knows what to do with it.
It is kind of funny how, in general, cats, for being a militaristic presence, aren't really incentivized to battle.
I just don't know enough actions to battle is the big downside.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And you don't get nearly enough points for it like other factions might. The only points you can get is destroying cardboard, which is...
Well, the big thing is, so Eerie have the advantage of their battlings into free action once they start doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they don't necessarily score unless they choose Despot as their leader, they do get the regular battle points, and they don't have any reason not to battle.
Yeah.
For Cats and Corvids, we both are de-incentivized from battling because it takes an action, but of the two, Corvids are more likely to have a free action. For Woodland Alliance, you're really de-incentivized from battling because it's just... You get about the same odds whether you're attacker or defender, so you'd rather be the defender.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see what I'm doing besides building, because it's just there's so much stuff on the board in my way. Guess we can always build another sawmill. Can't go wrong with more sawmills. How am I doing on recruits? Looks like I've got 7. Yeah, actually, I think a recruiter is the way to go. So we're going to build a recruiter. We're going to recruit, and then I have 1 leftover action to battle or move or something. Seems like the way to go. Okay. We're going to build a recruiter in this clearing. That recruiter is worth 3 points. And cost me a bunch of wood. I'm going to take 1, 2, 3 wood. And now that I've built that, I have no place to go without violence.
Yep.
So I'm going to either need to fight down the Woodland Alliance or fight down the Eerie if I want to continue scoring.
Yep. Or the Corvids.
The Corvids aren't taking up my building
not a
slots.
threat.
Like, yeah, there's Corvids there. They're in the way a little bit, but they're not taking my building slots.
Sounds like a personal
Now, if I
problem.
go to a clearing like this one, for example, I could get there and start building there without the whole building slot problem. Which I guess I should consider.
The problem,
If I
of
move
course, you need
enough
to control
cat.
both of them in between there, so...
Yeah, which is the hard part. I don't think I have enough cats for that. It's okay. We'll continue with my original plan.
have blue territory on this side, orange over here, and then green over here.
I'm going to recruit. I get 2 warriors there, I get 1 warrior here, and I get 1 warrior here. And now I've got enough warriors that I can start going to build somewhere else. I have to be careful where I start building to make sure I don't disconnect my wood network. Alright, I think the way to go... I see there's some moving and battling happening with the Eries. So they might start moving and battling into my territory. Who knows?
It'll depend on what happens on Allium's next turn. What they put cards in.
Huh. How many warriors do I have there? Just the 2? Yep. And yeah, okay, we'll do that. We'll do one move, and we'll do second move
Oh
for
my
my march
goodness.
action.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, finally, the
That's so
militaries
many.
are fighting each other for the first time.
We're not fighting. We're just occupying. I'm out of actions.
Well, that's a problem.
How many actions could you do?
3.
I did 3, so I did one move action, I did one recruit action, and I did one build action.
Mhm.
And that was it.
Mm.
If I had another action, I would battle there, but, well, that's it.
Almost
all we
every
got.
faction, the roadblocks are either going to be, in the case of cats, it's specifically action economy. Most factions, it's resource management.
Specifically, no, we have roadblocks of, we need more building slots, we need more actions, we need more cards, we need more,
And you need a lot of actions to get those actions. So
yeah, everything's a roadblock for us. Okay, I'm gonna draw my 2 cards, and now I have 6 cards, so I have to discard something.
Yep.
Let me
Yep.
double check. What are my crafting icons? And what clearing suits do we have?
You only have one workshop.
I think I did have workshop in mouse.
Yeah.
And then in terms of suits of things,
Cats have arguably the hardest time crafting any faction because they're the only faction who has multiple different kinds of buildings. Most factions
Yes.
just have
Well-
our building.
our buildings are the most limited. So the moles buildings, they also have multiple kinds, but their buildings are both pretty strong by comparison to cats.
Because they have 2, right?
They have the recruiting building gives them recruits without spending an action,
Is it my turn?
and their other building just gives them more cards. It's per building
Nightmare has
instead
to
of per
discard,
like
but it's your
3.
turn.
Since your
Yeah, I just need to
action.
decide. I'm deciding what card to discard. I'm looking at my suits.
Okay.
It looks like I want to discard.
That one.
Let's discard this one. I said discard. Go discard.
It might be broken.
Discard. There we go.
Oh, hey, look, it's 3 out of 4 of them.
Yeah, so I'll just point out with the dominance cards, the reason why they're separately here is if you wanted to, you could spend a matching card to claim a dominance card, and then go for a dominance play.
Yep.
For anybody except cats or Eerie,
Is
I'm
it
going to
my
say
turn
that
yet?
will not work.
Ironically,
Yes,
it
your
could
turn now.
work with Corvids.
Okay.
But they don't have the manpower for
It is very unlikely to work for Corvids. Woodland Alliance, I'd argue, has a better chance.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, that's a very... It's don't go dominance.
Woodland Alliance, the problem is they don't have the manpower, with only 10 total, to defend all 3 of them.
Your best chance is the bird dominance for either of you two.
Yeah.
If you really want to go dominance, you'd try to claim 2 corners.
Which, of course, would be
So
these 2.
If you could get a base on both corners, you can maybe get 2 or 3 warriors on each, but we could then just plop like 4 warriors and stop you.
Yeah.
All right. So I crafted false orders. In bird song, may discard this card to remove half of an enemy's warriors rounded up from any clearing as if you were that player, ignoring all rule. So I can't do that yet.
You can do that next turn, though.
Also recruited into red over here. Next, I get to move wild, and I will move here. Then I will battle, and I had a plan, but now I think I have to battle here. So, orange cats, do you have any red ambushes you would like to play?
We would choose not to play all our red ambushes.
All right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Red Ambush.
And I actually deal
one of
4
the
because
blue
of my
ambushes
leader.
Are currently in the discard.
So you're
I
gonna
deal
deal
1
4
more.
hits to me,
Yes.
and I'm gonna deal 2 right back.
Right.
Now that's a battle.
And that's one where I definitely need to save those cats.
Mm-hmm.
So all those cats come over back to the keep.
Yeah.
And then I will gain 4 points, bringing me up to 10, and draw 2 cards.
Okay, so the orange ambush, the yellow ambush, and one of the blue ambushes are currently unaccounted for.
Yep,
Put
and soon
them-
we're about to discard, so the red ambush will go back into the deck.
Yep, exactly. Red and one of the blues. My guess is at least one is in somebody's hands, unless literally all 3 of them are these cards. Which I will find out at the end of my turn.
Just only have all 3 ambushes.
Mm-hmm. So by the end
You'll
of
get
this
it.
turn, I will know if all the ambushes are in my hand or in other players' hands. But they will not be in the deck. So, what do I want to do with my 10? I unfortunately cannot possibly revolt because I only have one supporter. I've been very low on supporters for strategic reasons.
You get more sympathy, you get more supporters.
True. And because I only have one sympathy, I also cannot spread sympathy, because now that 3 are on the table, it would cost me 2 supporters to spread sympathy.
Yep. Or 3, depending on where you go.
Well, yes. Point is...
Although it looks like that big battle we just had did mean that there's no longer martial law in this clearing.
That is true.
We both killed so many
I could
warriors.
spread there. I forgot about that, so yes. Yeah, martial law means 3 of a single faction, not total, so never mind, I actually can.
You just need 2 supporters now.
Oh, I need 2.
Oh, you
That's
need...
duh.
Because you still have the 2. So it's 2 instead of 3.
For some reason, I was like, oh, it's fine. Yeah, no, yeah, I can't even do that. So I have no birdsong at all this turn. So therefore, I can craft, I can mobilize, and I can train. I am going to craft mouse partisans. So both of these allow me to... I have both rabbit and mouse partisans. In battles of those decks, I can deal an extra hit, then discard all of my cards except cards that match that. Ideally, I will usually have a very small hand, because I usually dump my entire hand in supporters, on average. So effectively,
That's
I get...
2/3.
I
That's
basically
2/3 of the Infinity Gauntlet.
I basically have the option to deal an extra hit whenever anybody attacks me in, say, one of these.
Yep. Which happens to be where all your bases are.
Uh-huh, I know, right? It's great. And then I will dump cards into that.
I'll point out there is no way, with how we're playing today, that he could use both of those in the same battle, so it's only up to 1 hit.
Yep.
There are ways to make that happen in some of the other maps.
So that is my
Well,
deal.
there's one way.
Yeah, Woodland Alliance is very interesting because a lot of their turn can tend to be in the evening, depending on how they're played.
Yep.
So my military operations, I have up to 3. It makes sense.
My favorite Woodland Alliance game, I had 7 officers.
It makes sense potentially to recruit. I can also move and battle. There's a plot here. I'm not a big fan of plots, so I think what I might do is I will...
You could have tried exposing that plot.
Mm-hmm.
You're out of cards now.
I'm gonna do this. I could expose it, or I could just kill it.
Woodland Alliance battling a plot. That's an interesting one.
It
Do
is.
remember you'll lose a warrior if you battle it.
Yep. I know.
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2. Maybe 3.
I don't think you can lose 3.
I can't lose 3.
Well, I guess ambush.
Yeah, I could lose
You
4.
could get... could lose 4.
Mhm.
No more than 4.
Yep. But my concern is that it's a bomb, and if I'm correct, a bomb will kill my base too, right?
Yes, I will.
Yep. So
And
we're-
your sympathy.
And thus, we're going to kill it.
I'll point out to the rest of us, if we manage to kill one of his bases, he'll lose a lot of supporters and a lot of officers.
Yep.
So he doesn't want us to kill his bases.
If you destroy a base, I have to discard all matching supporters, including all birds, and I lose 2 of my 3 officers, because it's rounded up. Which is part of why I've been keeping supporters low. I've just been spending them like crazy. So I'm going to attempt to murder the Corvids in the Orange Clearing who keep doing shit there. Do Corvids wish to ambush?
No.
Cool.
How did this battle go?
2-2. Beautiful.
2-1.
Oh, yeah, it's a +1. So I lose 2 warriors.
Yes. Yep.
And Corvid loses 1, and they lose their plot. Is it a raid?
If it's a raid, then you may activate it. If not, you don't have to tell us what it is.
Yep.
You do not.
Okay.
Alright.
That's all I
You'll get a point for removing the plot.
Yay, I got a point for killing something. I'm a genius.
Did you remove your 2 dead warriors?
I removed, I had to make sure that they face the right direction. And then they go back. But, statistically speaking, it probably makes sense to get one of those back. Because, you know, that's a lot of warriors to lose suddenly. So we're going to just put 1 back, so at least we have a couple on each base.
Alright, that was 2 actions. Do you take a third?
There was a recruit that was a 3rd. So 2
Okay.
recruit, battle recruit is what I did.
That's a turn.
It is a turn. It's a great Woodland Alliance turn. Again,
That's a very unusual Woodland Alliance turn, but that is a turn.
it is, but bomb. Bomb bad.
Yeah, bombs are bad. I mean, for all we know, it wasn't a bomb. Maybe it was a snare,
It could have been, who knows?
which also would have been bad.
Alright, I can safely say everybody except me has the ambushes. You can believe me.
He's saying that. He actually just drew all 3 ambushes.
Aha. Blue ambush, yellow ambush, all going to
If you haven't noticed, Baron,
What?
snares are very bad for you because you can't recruit and you can't move out of the clearing.
Aha. Snares are.
Bombs are bad because you lose your base.
Aha. Yeah, I know. Like I
Exposure
said.
is bad because you lose your cards. Although it's probably the least bad of the 3.
Mhm.
Raid, you probably don't care about raid.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why
It makes it harder to roll
that's
the
why
adjacent.
I didn't mind attacking. Attacking was to my benefit because as long as if it's a raid, oh no, other people have to deal with Corvids.
The only reason why you'd care about Corvid Warriors elsewhere is if nobody else was there already, which we are there, so...
Yeah, so I would
Yeah,
just be like,
already
oh
you're
no,
right.
there's a Corvid here and here, and then I guess one over here, then whatever.
Like, let's say you wanted to spread sympathy into this clearing. Getting here requires you moving at least 5 or 6 warriors through
Uh-huh.
here, or moving 4 warriors through
Woodland
here.
Alliance
Both
is
of which are very
not
hard.
good at controlling territory, which is why I've been mostly turtling over these 2 spaces.
Your best bet is to either get a good revolt in the middle,
Mhm.
so you could get a nice revolt in this fox clearing and maybe defend it with a warrior,
Yep.
or otherwise just spread sympathy using supporter cards by getting a lot of supporters.
Yep, because the advantage is, even if I'm only getting 1 point per turn, I'm getting 1 point per turn.
That's something.
It'll only take 30 turns to win in a game that averages 8 turns.
Yes. I'll just point out, it puts you at a worse scoring score than lizards, who get 4 points a turn,
Uh-huh.
and lizards are generally considered one of the worst scorers in the game.
I'm doing great.
Bye,
I definitely am taking this
Eureka.
very seriously.
I
Is
tipped
your-
my bomb over.
Okay.
Oh, rip. So, I will point out, your bomb removed an eerie building, so you score a point for that, in addition to the 2 points from flipping.
Nice.
That one action was 3 points for you.
So I go to 7 then.
And then all these eerie...
No.
And I shall take this
You
back.
went to all that effort to get rid of your recruiting guy, and then you lost half your army in 2 turns.
Ugh.
Ouch.
And then need a
But don't worry, they can rebuild, because their new plan is a lot of moving and battling.
And red space recruiting, because they do have a lot of warriors in red spaces.
Oh, also, I think I'm supposed to shuffle the deck immediately now that we've,
Yep.
I was about to discard.
before you discard, let me shuffle the deck.
I can
Okay.
shuffle.
So as you don't do that, we can click the fancy shuffle button. We gotta look. Watch this. Look how fun that is.
Because
Why would we manually do
I'm-
something when we
I'm
can have scripting do
recruiting
it?
in bunnies. So I
Meow.
don't know why I went to go say banana.
Could be a banana clearing.
I had a freaking supply set to number 7. Don't tell me I did not.
You've recruited in yellow.
I discarded bunny.
How cruel. Did not need people in my base.
Yeah, you
Is
did.
it
Stop.
all of the bunnies,
Yep,
including
all of the body.
hmm
So you'll get 4 new warriors.
The
All in
advantage,
everybody's business.
yeah, the advantage is that Corvids are very disposable. They don't cost.
One popular strategy with Corvids is they just take all their warriors and they just ram them into whatever's the least defended because they could pop up anywhere and they can just recruit them again.
So, for example, if you choose yellow, you just find a space that's no more than like 2 spaces away from everybody else. So you just spend 3 turns recruiting a bunch of cards on the same color, and then just mash them all together. So orange might be a really good one for this, because orange is here, 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 and so 3 moves you're all in the same spot.
I'm thinking right now what I
especially-
want to do.
On other maps with randomized clearing suits, sometimes you'll find just 3 clearings in the same suit all right next to each other.
Oh yeah, that's nasty.
So it becomes a great spot to mobilize Corvids.
But it also becomes a good spot for other teams who also want to defend the same color.
That's also what one of the new maps is. They made a new map for the new expansion, which is a 5-player map.
Mm-hmm.
So you got 5 clearings of each suit instead of 4.
Ooh.
If you play with just 4 players or less, what you do is you randomly cover up 1 clearing of each suit.
Yep. And if there's 6 players, you basically have to have at least one faction that doesn't have a strong board presence, if not 2.
I mean, even 6 players in a 15 clearing map is still you got space.
No, I mean a normal map.
Compared to one of these maps, you're definitely you got much better
Imagine
time.
playing a game with rats, lizards, cats, and birds.
Everybody's fighting for those buildings.
It's like you are
trying to
everybody.
Figure out
And then the
my-
Woodland Alliance is like, we just give up. We're going home. This ain't
What are you
happening.
doing, Lily?
trying to figure
Well, here's
out
the
what I'm
thing.
trying to do.
Woodland Alliance loves the 5-player map because it has some special landmarks on there, which are just kind of busted for them right now. We're not sure if that's going to change or not because, well, right now, it's very hard to stop Woodland Alliance on that map. It gives them a lot more warrior recruiting potential.
I'm gonna move. Let me here.
Alright.
And for my final 2 actions, I'm gonna take this. And let me figure out which one I want to do.
You remember with the lone warrior, if you plot there, you won't be able to flip it next turn because you need another warrior there, unless you plan to move.
I got. Let me undo my action real quickly then, because I need to rethink again real quickly.
Alright.
Still move this one here, actually.
Are you hungry again? I mean, don't get me wrong, so am I, but that's beside the point. We have officially
Maybe-
reached the 3-hour point on this lobby.
I mean, maybe you just need some belly rubs for the cat.
She hates belly rubs.
She didn't say she liked them, she just needs them.
She does not.
Then I did a plot.
Alright. If you choose to plot a second time, that one will cost 2 warriors.
No, but it already has a plot there.
Yeah,
though.
you probably have to move first for that. You can take a 4th action if you decide to skip drawing this turn.
Take a what? Oh,
So,
yeah, true.
Corvus have the ability, you can always take 4 actions. If you do, though, you don't get to draw any cards.
That's not what I'm gonna plan to do. I'm still thinking. Hold this one. This one doesn't do anything for me. I'll just go ahead and do my final action as a move to here. And then that I draw a card. There we go.
Yeah, I just noticed I have a little warrior sitting over here who hasn't done anything all game.
Mm-hmm.
He's just been chilling with his bird buddies.
I think he was expecting to get murdered by the birds at some point, and there just kept being better targets to murder, I guess.
And he's just there in case you need a battle and got nothing better to do with it.
Mm-hmm. I feel
Well-
like murdering somebody. I don't know who to murder. You're right there. I guess I'll shank you.
How many warriors do I have left? 3. Okay, so let's say I want to build, because I probably want to build. I'm gonna need at least 2 moves to get the warrior mass to where I need it, aren't I?
Mm-hmm. At which point you're almost better off just doing it.
Well, I guess if I'm fine defending the building with only a single warrior, I could do it with 1 move.
Mm-hmm.
But it does, this nice little clearing over here with nobody in it looks very nice.
Yeah, I'm not going for it. It's all you. I literally cannot build it.
I will point out, because I don't rule either of these right now, I can't move from either of these clearings until I get more warriors in either one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, never mind. We moved to Corbin, so I can actually rule this clearing.
Yep.
So actually, that might give me an
You
idea.
could move from here to here, I believe, for instance, because you control here.
I rule this clearing because I have 2 warriors, 2 buildings.
Oh, right.
Because one of the Corbins left.
But also, you could
There
move
was 4
here
there
anyway
before.
because of rule. It just means you can't move to here or to here. You didn't rule it.
Even though I have 3 Corvids in a plot?
Yeah, your plot doesn't count towards rules, just the Corbins do.
Yeah. Buildings do, or squares count, circles don't.
Okay.
That gives me some thoughts. One, that still leaves me too lightly defended there. Yeah, I don't think that's the plan, so I think I need to use 2 moves in order to get where I need to go. Or I say 2 marches, which would be at least 3 moves. Okay. What do I have crafting? I think I still just have 1 mouse. Guess I'm not crafting. Alright, I just had 4 cats who died and were revived, who are all the way back over here. I think they're gonna march on to new adventures. So that will be... let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 seems like the way to go. And then what building am I placing? I think I'm placing a recruiter for 3 wood. Okay, so let me get my new wood on the board. So that's 1, 2, 3 wood. And then I'm going to take these 4 warriors, move them here for the first part of March, where we're going to pick up an extra... Let's pick up 2 warriors on our way. Oops, we don't want that coin. We leave the money. That's our second move. And then for my second action, I don't think I need a presence there, do I? I guess I need a presence either there or I need a presence here. So I guess we're going to move in here. And then I'm going to send 2 guys along here. So now I roll a connected path from my wood to the new clearing. So that was 2 of my actions. I did 4 moves. I get 1 more action where I'm going to build. So I will build, I guess, another recruiter.
The snake of the kitties.
So in order to do this, my wood moves from here. We don't take the short way through here because there's too many Eerie Warriors. We go all the way around here.
Like in real life.
So that's 1, 2, 3 wood. And I get 3 points from that. Okay, and I think that was 3 actions. That's everything I have. I'm now actually up to 3 card draw.
Uh-huh. We might need to do something about destroying all those buildings. The cats are overextending themselves. It might be time to burn them to the ground.
We are very overextending ourselves. We're hoping it's going well. Oh, hey, guess what card I just drew, Baron?
Huh. Is it the same one that you got rid of from me?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I have to discard something. Well, we're definitely discarding... We're discarding that. I'm not going dominance. That might be useful to keep around. Let's discard... Oh, that's a very useful card. Can I make that happen? Yeah, we'll discard this. I'm not getting swap meet up anytime soon. And I did that.
Pick a random card from the player and give them a card.
I need a yellow, and I'm having a hard time building in yellow. I think we've used all the yellow clearings.
Okay. So I'm in a tricky spot here where now I feel the limitations, but also I don't want to test the ire of Parliament. In Birdsong, I
need to
will
feed the cat again.
move.
Story of my life.
I will use false orders to move half elsewhere.
Now you can choose where the destination is, as long as it's a legal move for me.
I
So
know.
you can even just send them into this Woodland Alliance base, for example, And that would force me
Oh.
to pay him outrage.
Oh my goodness. Let's do that.
See, now he is outraged, and I'm forced to give him a card because of I had warriors that moved in his territory, even though I didn't choose to do that. So a very rough time for all of us. And they're also out of your way now, in case you decide you want to attack either of those clearings.
Both. Thank you. I totally forgot that I can cause problems, very specific problems down here.
So now...
Alright. So that's happened with my crafted card. Then I can choose to craft again. And let me look at these again.
Remember that adding to your decree will be before crafting, just in case that matters.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
You need to add at least one card to your decree.
I
You can add
know.
two.
I've been playing this game. I know how the decrees work. There's just a lot that happens on a turn, and so I forgot that I needed to do that first. I got the order wrong. Well, let's stick with what my original plan was, where I will play this one. You treat clearings of any of your crafted pieces. Neat, actually. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that would make all your roost act as adjacent to each other.
Yes. Because that is the crafted thing that this faction uses, yes. I will
Maybe it was
resolve the
for-
decree, so I will have one bird get added to here, which is red. Another one gets added here, which is yellow. I have to move, so I will move from here to here. And then I will have a battle, and I would probably... I'm not sure where I would prefer to battle. I think... Let's go... I'll have a battle...
The one thing I'll mention about Woodland Alliance is they have a sympathy here. They could revolt there if they have enough
That's
foxes.
what I was gonna say. I'm gonna
But you
fight
will have to
in
pay
the
outrage if
sympathy.
you remove that.
Let me read his board and see what outrage means.
You'll lose a fox card or a
Outrage.
bird card.
Means... Okay, I need to discard... I need to give him a card of that suit for where the location is.
And to clarify, it'll become a supporter. It will not become a hand card, so I can't craft it or anything.
Baron, since you're back, he used false orders to force my cats to move into your base.
Mhm.
So that caused me to have to give you outrage, so here you go.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't choose to affect your base. I was forced to
Uh-huh.
against my will, but we still made you mad.
Yeah. Okay, I will not hold this against you because you paid me off.
Actually, I will instead do combat here.
Fighting the Corvids?
Yes. So, Lizzie, do you have any yellow ambush cards that you would like to play?
No.
I deal 4 and receive 0.
Ooh.
That's a lot.
Those poor birds.
And that's my combat, that's my battle phase. And then I will score 3 points. I'm so sorry, I've been counting my points wrong because I thought that was a 4 instead of a 3.
Oops.
So I'm actually at 9, then 12, and then I draw 2 cards. And that's my turn.
Dun, dun, dun.
You've got 4 supporters now. Look at how rich you are.
Mm-hmm. can't help but notice that there is a plot in this space, and that is a bad thing.
Well, the plot's a later probably. You gotta revolt first if you're revolting. Or spread.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying I have to keep that in mind depending on what I'm doing. Well,
That's a friendly plot. It's probably just like a nice extortion.
Alright.
Or maybe a friendly raid.
So, since I have some cards, and since I feel like being a piece of shit, let us revolt in the red territory and just claim this half of the board. So, bye-bye, everybody.
Yeah, that cat dies. Poor little guy.
Is that productive? No. Is it fun? Yes. Oh, and here's
You
your
get a
base.
point for the base removal.
Yay.
Or the roost removal.
I'm still last place.
Or are you?
Oh, wait, no, the sympathy stays there.
Yes.
And then...
And you have no other fox space, it looks like.
Nope, so I just get one warrior, which is fine, because I only have one warrior.
And I'll point out, that prevents you from getting the officer, because you ran
I know.
out.
That's the problem, is I have a choice between officer or warrior, because I'm pretty sure it's like, I choose, I'm guessing, which one I do.
Well, at this point, because you have no more warriors with your plot, you can't train more officers right now. You've got too many on the board.
I mean, do I choose
Oh,
whether I want the warrior or the officer, or is it one? Or
No, you do it top down.
Okay, just top
So
down.
you
Okay.
first... Although, let me see which one it says.
Yep, officer is last, so yeah.
Yeah, officers last. So warriors is first, you place as many as you have to, and then officers.
Yep. In that case, yeah, and now I am definitely overextended, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Don't need more officers, to be honest. I have enough.
So your best bet, since you're overextended, is either to leave some of your bases lighter defended, or to just give up on a base that's out of good location.
Oh, yeah.
So you can spend all its supporters first, and then just abandon it,
Mhm.
and hope one of us goes in and cleans up, or
Yep.
even doesn't.
And in that case, the logical solution, first off, I can now spread some sympathy to places who definitely could use some sympathy. So it will cost... Oh, wait, it costs 2 cards, right. And they have to
And
match
plus
in
1,
color.
because you got martial law back.
Yeah. Oh, it's martial law everywhere, except here.
This is, yeah, 1 non-martial law spot.
Yep.
This one, the Corvids are causing martial law to you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Normally it's a military presence that does. Here it's just a bunch of birds are looking there.
Yep. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do something very interesting. So first off, I can craft if I want to. Is there anything worth crafting?
You've got, what, 1 in each suit?
Yep, I mean, if I wanted points, I could just craft for points, but I'm not playing for points. I'm playing to fuck with people, so I'm not crafting anything. Nothing lets me fuck with people.
I mean, you could just get the points, because that will stop us from getting those points.
And? Does it let me
No.
inflict union violence upon people? No!
If you can craft the card League of Adventurers Mice, every item you craft becomes an extra action.
Yeah, if I had that, yes, I would do that. No, I have Master Engravers. Whenever you craft an item, score an extra point. Which is
That's not the
useless
same.
if I don't care about winning. I care about spreading the union.
You know, spreading the union is
you
winning,
may
right?
win the game, but I will control this portion of the map, and you do not enter here without a union card.
I mean, we're in here already.
Yeah, you're not going to be here much longer without union card.
I mean, it's not like you're going to kick us out, is it?
Maybe. Let's see. I haven't decided yet. Anyway, I'm putting all these into my supporter card. That's 5, so, I mean, there's a chance I lose it. Who knows what it is. Let's just, we'll be fine. And I could mobilize a warrior, but I can't do that, so that doesn't matter. So, yep, just mobilize everything, and then military operations. So, first off, I'm going to turn, first off, we're going to do, the kitty just ran it, and oops, it's a mouse now. Oops, the mouse is gone. And so the mouse is going to spread some sympathy. Gaining me
You
a
spent
point.
2 actions to drop those warriors?
It was one, nope, it was one action. It was over there the whole time. It was there the
I
whole
see,
time.
I see.
You didn't see nothing. And so that's some sympathy, so that's 1 point. And then...
The cats are looking at their brethren, who has now been turned into a fist.
Mm-hmm. And then...
They're very concerned.
We're going to do... Let's see, because that's only going to be worth 2 points, which that's whatever. Don't care about that. What I care about is there's a stupid Corvid here, so we're going to murder the stupid Corvid. So, stupid Corvid, do you have any last words or ambush cards?
No.
Okay, die. And I get +1, so it doesn't matter, but if I only rolled a 1, because I'm in a buddy clearing, I could deal an extra hit and then discard all my cards. Oops, no cards. So bye-bye, was that...
You do lose a warrior, though, because of the plots face down.
That is correct. I was counting on that. So I have the bunny. What was this a, what's it called? Was
Raid?
this a raid?
No.
Okay. So bye-bye, Corvid. Get your crappy anti-union scab out of my base. And then for my final action, I'm going to recruit a warrior into the base. Actually, I'm going to recruit a warrior into this base. This base seems like the smart one to do something with.
Yeah, the cats here does cause a potential issue, because I do rule if you have only one warrior here.
Yep, so might
Keep
as well,
that in mind.
that's a little bit more safe. And then finally, because I have all 3 of my bases on the board, I get 4 cards per turn.
A lot of cards.
Which I will spend spreading sympathy and causing people to go, "Wah."
Probably should remove one of his bases, I think.
My bases are my bases.
Gonna be expensive to remove it for anybody, though.
Yeah. The idea
Well,
is...
actually, Eerie has the best chance of removing a base because they get that extra hit, which can help them overcome your guerrilla warfare.
Okay. Well, to be fair, there's also the one advantage. The red base is the least affected, because that's the only one I don't have partisans in.
Yep. That's the safest one to attack, and it's close to the Eerie, so it's an option to consider.
If I had to guess, that's going to be the one that dies, which is fine.
The downside to that is Eerie would lose probably 2 Fox cards in that endeavor.
Funny.
Destroying the sympathy and destroying the base.
Destroying the sympathy and moving into the clearing.
Oh, yeah.
Destroying the base means you lose all your Fox cards.
Okay, that doesn't have any negative
which
effects.
means there's no negative effects for us.
And if you destroy cardboard, you choose the order you destroy it in, correct?
The defender would choose in battle.
Yep. Which means...
So if you want, you can lose the base first and then the sympathy second to make sure you actually get to keep the supporter. So you keep 1 Fox. Or bird.
What do you mean by that?
So basically, if you choose to remove the base first, then you'll first lose all your Fox supporters, and then you'll get a supporter from the outrage removing the sympathy.
Yeah.
If you remove the sympathy first, you get the supporter from the outrage, but then that gets immediately discarded when you lose the base.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now I see what you mean.
Assuming, of course, you got a Fox.
I got confused because I forgot that this guy's a Fox, and I thought that's what you meant. Anyway, it is Lily's turn, and I noticed that there's a fucking bird in my territory.
Yeah, I just spent a card to place in bunnies again.
It's going to die.
Hey, be nice to the little burbs. Like, look at the little Corvid guys. There's not like little birds. There's not a thought in those heads.
My Corvid's better.
I love the Corvid warrior art. Although my favorite's the new Frog Meeple. The Frog Meeple is just have an expression that expresses just utter disdain with everything that's going on.
I'm going to spend 1.
The cats just look suspicious. They're a little bit mischievous.
Yeah, I don't know why the birds are that. I guess, yeah, you're right, they're default. Whereas for some reason well, no, I guess the cats are different colors technically too, so yeah. It's an override and doesn't technically change the base.
Which one of these do I want?
Yeah, all the art for the meeples is actually in the original color instead of just being like a white meeple that gets colored.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Well, actually, cat art might be white. I think the Corvids have the white eye, which might be the reason why they're a little different.
That's a problem.
That there.
Here, let's see if I can copy the Corvid color tint.
I'm not going
What is it? 121. There, how's that, Baron? How's your cat now?
No, cat's fine. It's the Corvid that's the problem.
I just made the cat match perfectly.
Yeah. Looks good.
Yeah, the Corvid, I think the Corvid's actually a purple meeple because the white eye doesn't work with tinting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when the black faces are there, those work with tinting.
I have realized a problem.
Is it about the bird?
It is about all the meals I plan to make over the next 3 days, which are my days when I have time to make food. I did not have time to do this. But I might have a backup plan. I could make this salad for me. Because that will
Salad.
take like 2 minutes. Everything else needs to cook on the stove, and that takes a little longer than 2 minutes.
What if you
Yeah,
cook the salad on the
probably
stove?
No. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I'll get the tiny mini snack salad that I save for emergencies.
I don't want to do this. I don't know how I feel it would be. But I want to battle here.
Where are you battling?
That works.
Against the cats.
Yeah,
So you
what
do
am I,
have up to 3 battles, so that could be enough to take the whole clearing.
Yeah.
What clearing is that? Mouse clearing?
Yes.
Alright. You know what? I'm gonna actually ambush.
What does ambush
We haven't played
do again?
ambush. So you'll lose 2 warriors. But unless, of course, you have an ambush that's a bird ambush, you can cancel that out.
I don't.
Okay. We'll do that ambush. You'll lose 2 warriors, and then we'll do the battle.
I was, never mind, I won't say anything.
Yeah, that was one of the ambushes you were looking for, Baron.
Oh no, I'm guessing it's the one I knew where it was. Which clearing is it in?
I'll still try battle.
Mouse.
Yeah. Yeah, because I
Okay.
saw your deck
So
earlier,
2-0.
I had that.
I lose a cat. You don't lose anything.
Okay.
So if you wanted to battle again, it's 1 versus 1, which isn't the best, but you could still potentially in a 3rd battle then take out the clearing.
Yeah. Which I'm about to do another battle.
Otherwise, if you did a move first, you could have a 2v1 battle, which gives you a little better odds.
Yeah.
But then you don't get a 3rd battle. Well, unless you exert. I guess exerting is always an option.
Yeah, exerting is always an option. I'll do that.
Alright. So another battle? I would have another ambush. 2-2.
What he wants you to believe.
So I'll lose 2 things. So I'll lose the cat. I get to choose which building I lose, but in this case they're interchangeable, so doesn't matter.
And then I
And
get
you'll
to
lose 1. You'll gain a point for the building you removed. I'll give you your point.
And then... Is it just like
So
a
if you
free attack, or
exert,
do
you
I
can
have
take
to
an extra
roll it?
action to kill that.
Yeah, I'll exert.
Okay?
I don't mind not
And-
rolling this time.
Yep, I don't have another ambush. And if you want to roll, you can, but it's not necessary. You'll get the hit anyways.
I'll be fine without it rolling.
Alright, you get another point for that. So because you exerted, you don't get to draw any cards.
Yeah.
Alright. So I just lost 2 recruiters. That is very unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Woohoo!
But you know what I gained? A nice clearing with 0 building slots that are filled. Sometimes losing building as cats is what you want. Sometimes it's not. I think in this clearing, I'll take it. I can work with it.
Because you cannot destroy
let's
your own
see.
buildings.
You cannot.
Mm-hmm.
At least none of the factions in the game right now can. For all, well, Badgers can. Badgers have a special thing. That changes things a lot. Well, let me get my wood. Like every morning, we get some wood. We get the 3 wood.
Giggity.
Yeah, what I like doing in this game is literally just messing around. I find trying to win requires a very different mindset than I usually have.
Yeah, that's some strategy. So in terms of wood, I have some Eerie in my way. So they're blocking the network over here. So I gotta move anyways if I want to use my wood. All my warriors are just kind of everywhere. These warriors sitting over here are very unhelpful. They're just kind of stuck.
They can leave whenever they want, I don't care.
They actually can't leave because I don't roll any of the adjacent clearings. They're very stuck. So if I roll a clearing, though, I can reclaim them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's up to you.
Alright, what would that be? 3 wood. I would need 2 cats to make that happen.
The other real danger is now that he has lost buildings, if he builds them again, he gets more points.
Yeah. I get the same points that I would have gotten before, instead of being the higher number.
Oh, yeah.
But it does mean it costs less wood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems like a plan.
And like
So we'll
mentioned
do
before,
that.
there's no way to lose points other than to be birds.
Yep. And then I have 6 warriors in my supply. So recruit would get me 3 of them. That's 1 action. Yeah, that's like a good plan. So we're gonna take 2 cats from over here. Oh wait, you have 4 guys there. I'm gonna need 3 cats to do this. How do I want to do this? Yeah, we'll take 3. We're gonna take 3 cats right over into here. And then we'll send 2 of them over into here. And then we're going to build 2 workshops. To replace all those recruiters we lost. We have decided instead of war, we are going to make, well, boots and tea and
Guns
stuff.
and
I don't
butter.
know.
Guns and butter.
Yeah, guns and butter. So that's going to cost me 3 wood. So we'll take out this wood, we'll take out this wood, and we'll take out this wood. So 3 wood. And that's 4 points for 2 workshops. Now, that's my 3 actions, unless I have a bird card to spend for a 4th.
There.
I am very spread thin now.
Mm-hmm. Very
Think.
overextended.
What
19
do
cats
I
on the
have?
board
Got-
across 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 spaces.
I don't think I like my odds guessing that plot. Do I want to battle that plot? Or do I just accept whatever that plot might be? These are the decisions we make.
Excuse me. I mean, can't you make multiple guesses?
I can, but that requires multiple cards. Every failed guess, I lose a card.
Yep.
So I'm not sure I want to lose the card, is the risk.
Mm-hmm. Do you
You know
lose
what?
the card
Maybe that
anyway,
plot's
or
not
only
hurting
if you
anything.
guess wrong?
Only if you guess wrong, if I remember. Here, let me double check. Yeah, exposure. If incorrect, they say no, give them the card. If correct, they remove the plot and ignore its effect. So I only lose the card if I'm incorrect.
Okay.
Now that
Say
could
that
be a
again?
bomb. So if I were to try to expose this, I would reveal a card to you, and if I'm right, then I get to keep my card and I remove the plot. If I'm wrong, you get the card. So let's say I were to guess that. If I guess wrongly, that puts me in a bad state because I kind of like my card. But I also have a pretty high suspicion it's a bomb. There's been a lot of corporate bombs going. But maybe it's not a bomb just to throw me off.
But in that case, that's at least not a bomb, so you at least know that much. You know it's not a bomb.
But then let's say it's an extortion or a snare. Either one's rough for me.
Which is fair. Whereas my
The only
main
one I don't
concern
care
is
too
not-
much about is a raid.
Well, yeah.
So are you wanting to guess it then, or?
That's what I'm deciding. I think I'm gonna try battling it. So I'm gonna spend this bird card over here to take my 4th action. I'm gonna battle this plot. Do you have any ambush?
No.
So we'll see how this battle goes. I get 0-0 probably.
Damn.
Well, actually, that did it. So
You
I
killed
lose
it?
2 cats.
Yep.
I killed it, but I lose 2 cats.
Do you want to spend the card you were going to spend to expose it on saving your kitties?
That's a good question.
Was
Well,
a
it could have been
raid
that
or
bird
no?
card. Was this a raid?
No.
Alright, here's that plot back. And here's your warrior. How defended is my keep? 3. See, I don't want the warriors there anyway, so I think... Yeah, we'll lose the warriors. Unfortunate. And that's my last action. Now I draw cards in evening, so I get just 2 cards because I lost a bunch of recruiters. I get 1 point for the plot.
All
We are
right.
very overextended. Hopefully that doesn't end badly.
All right. Let's.
Hope it does.
I'm gonna gamble again.
Mm.
Gotta make a gambit.
Need points.
Go gambling.
That's the way to do it.
Oh, dang it. Gonna put a yellow here and a red here, and gonna move up here. Am I reading this right? There's only the building here?
And one.
There's a building and a
Oh no,
camp.
there's a guy. There's a
You
guy.
rule if you have
Okay.
at least 2.
I think he's thinking in terms of combat.
He might be trying to battle,
Yeah.
but yeah. Yeah, if you battle, that would mean I lose probably both of these guys, odds are.
All right. And then I will battle there.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay. I will not ambush.
And I deal 3, you take, and I take 0.
And you get 1 point.
By cardboard.
Woo! And I will build. And then gain 3. 1, 2, 3. And I have to draw 2 and discard down to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Alright.
Which I don't think there's anything else you have to spend a card on at this point. You're not in a clearing with a plot.
Right.
Sometimes you know you're going to discard anyways. You might as well just try a plot.
Let's see here. Let's discard this one.
So, birdies. I'll make a deal with you if you're interested. I can't help but notice
Which
that you-
birdies?
the ivory birdies.
Yes.
I noticed that you put an orange card in your build, and you need an orange slot.
Yes.
I have an orange slot, and there are some pesky cats right here. I'd be willing to share building rights here, because we only need 1 build slot each, so who cares if we each have a building? So I don't mind you moving in here. You haven't crossed the picket line. We'll allow you past. We'll give you a union card, but these scabs have got to go.
Alright.
Do you remember a union card is a made-up thing?
A union card is a real thing. That is not made up.
You still have to pay outrage.
Oh yeah, there is the outrage. Yes, that is fair. That is the union card. But we will not try to kick you out if you get rid of our cat problem.
Alright.
You know he made the hat problem there, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that. This is what he has to do to clean it up.
It's propaganda.
But he gets a building slot out of it, so you know, win-win, right?
Maybe.
He does get 4 hit points for it. What's not to like? All right, it is my turn, and I still have all my bases. I'm a little surprised, honestly. So I can move stuff. What do I want
We
to
lost
do?
a bunch of our buildings, so we were building workshops.
All right, so
We decided to turn our swords into pitchforks, or something like that.
I have the power. I have the power to spread sympathy in multiple places.
Oh, multiple places.
This is only 2. Does this count as martial law, or do the buildings make it 4?
It does not because they're separate factions and
No,
they're
'cause-
buildings.
Oh, the buildings don't count for martial law.
Only warriors.
That's what I was wondering. Okay. In that case, let us spend 2 orange cards. To take advantage of that and put some sympathy there and get my first 2 points for sympathy ever. Yay! I got 2 points rather than 1. That's never happened all game. I finally have 10 points. I can finally declare my dominance. Wah! I'm not doing that.
I mean, if you wanted to, it'd be a
No.
spicy take.
Yeah, it would be a terrible take. I am in no position to do a dominance victory.
I mean, hey, you were in position to do,
Exactly.
you got 2 clearings with a guy in mouse.
And then where else do I want to spread sympathy? It would require 3 cards here, but that's not worth it. But I could do it here. I can't do it in your base, right?
You cannot, because the keep's special.
Yeah, because the cats are the only faction without a comeback mechanic, so the keep gets bonus defenses to prevent it from just being one-shotted by mechanics. Because if the keep is gone, you cannot get it back, which would really hinder the cats because of how many bonuses they get for it.
That's also why I tend to, on Tabletop Simulator, make the keep extra big, just to make it kind of like, yeah, look, there's a big thing right here.
Yeah, and so this territory has 3, and this territory has 4, so I think the best place to spread sympathy that I'm allowed to go to is probably here. That is yellow, so I will spend a yellow, and I will spend a blue. And those go here. And I will spread another sympathy token, getting me an additional 2 points. And that is it for spreading sympathy, because I only have 1 card left, and that is not enough to spread any 3s. Next, I will do my daylight actions. Anything worth crafting. These are all crafting that are just points.
I mean, you can get points, you
I
know.
know I can. Do I want to be that mean?
If you get a few points, you could pull ahead on the board probably.
Let's see, because I could craft literally everything in my hand.
Oh my. That could easily be 10 points.
Uh-huh.
And then combine that with whatever you're doing with your officers.
I'm not
that
going to
could
bother
be a
with
win.
this one. That one's a blue card that's worth 1 point. It's better as a supporter, but I will craft all of these.
What are you crafting?
I'm going to be crafting Fox Folk Steel for 2 points. And Protection Racket Coins for 3 points. I don't remember if you can't use the same crafting in the same turn, but it doesn't matter in my case because I've got enough sympathy that it's everywhere.
You use 2 yellow,
2 red
and
and
you
1
use 2
for
red.
1 point for a gently used knapsack.
You said gently used knapsack?
Yep. So that is an additional 6 points.
I prefer a mouse in a sack.
Yeah, that was a supporter. It's gone now. And do I just discard these, or what do I do with these?
Yep, they're all discarded.
Yeah, because they're not.
And you
crafted
make sure you
in
take all the items.
Yep.
So I will point out there are no more bags in the game, so no one else may craft a bag.
Yep.
However, there still is 1 more sword, and there still is 1 more coins.
And I had the option to craft a crossbow, but it was a blue card and it was only worth 1 point, so I decided not worth it. And then military.
Alright, assume you got all your points.
I got points, and now military operations. I can do 3. There's no one I want to kill actually this turn because there's no one that's really in a reasonable killable place.
You do have an easy spread.
Mm-hmm.
And that spread over here is all up in our business.
I want those birds to come help me get rid of my cat problem, though, so I'm not going after them.
Adding sympathy there won't stop the birds from coming to you. It will just stop them from going back.
I mean, yes. But is there anywhere else that I want sympathy that could be more beneficial? Like, say, well, that's 2 turns away. That's not easy.
I think anywhere else is far enough away that it's hard to get to.
Yeah. Yep, so what I'll probably have to do is, yeah, in that case, I can go over here, and then I'm like, oh, bye-bye, and then goes back into supply, and then immediately re-recruit him. Which will gain another sympathy for an additional 3 points. And that is what they meant by the Woodland Alliance is a burst faction. Because that was 13 points in 1 turn.
Sometimes what the Woodland Alliance will do is they'll just hold on to a bunch of craftable cards so no one knows they have them, and then just end by scoring 20 points.
Uh-huh. This does...
And everybody's
the
just like,
catch with
wait,
this
you were
strategy-
in this game?
The catch with this strategy is now I am very vulnerable, and I'm a little bit juicier of a target than I was when I was only 8 points.
Now it's a little more obvious he's doing well.
Exactly.
Before it was hidden he was doing well.
Uh-huh. And then that is it for my turn. Because, yeah, there was nowhere else that I could reasonably organize, so I decided not worth it. And instead, I will draw my 4 cards, and I will end my turn.
I'm gonna have to send some guys in there after you, aren't I?
If you want to waste your precious actions attacking me for 1 point, feel free, kitty.
I get 2 points if I attack a base.
You do?
Yeah, 1 for the base, 1 for the sympathy. Like this clearing over here, if you were to take it down, is worth 2 points, and only 1 warrior is defending it. Now, of course, if you just want points, the easiest clearing to get points off of would be one of my lighter defended clearings. The downside of that, I'll just give a strategic tip there. If you remove them, I could always go back in there and build again for points. So it's a win-lose situation in some ways. It's a weird one when you have buildings. Is sometimes you want to let somebody keep their buildings because, well, that means they can't build them again. Sometimes you want to eliminate them for the points.
Yeah, for some factions, such as the Irie or the
Action.
Cats, yeah, it can mean they can't build initial time. Whereas for Woodland Alliance, it's
Yeah, Lily,
probably
it's your turn.
beneficial to kill bases.
Yeah, I just did 2 of my actions. My third one, I want to ambush the bunny here.
You want to ambush? You mean battle?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Mm.
Yeah.
You got any ambushes?
Good question. Do I have any ambushes?
Yes.
Being bunny yellow.
Yeah, we're ambushing Bunny Yellow.
Finally, you've had that card all game. Finally.
What, you know when I got that?
Yes, because remember when you first moved to my territory, you had to prove you didn't have a red.
Oh yeah, you saw that.
It was
didn't
that,
you?
and it was the yellow domination card. So I've been.
2
That's,
of my
I
yellow.
I forgot that I showed you my handbell back then.
Yeah, that was
You
5
know, I'm
turns ago.
surprised you're not saving that for when they go to attack you down here.
I mean, I don't really
Okay,
care about
thank you,
those
dear.
warriors down there.
Also,
I
this
kind of
is-
want them back.
Also, this is orange.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's
you
wrong
could
suit.
use it anyway.
True.
What I might have wanted to save it for is if I wanted to go take down this base, this saves me from him ambushing me.
Although I do still have partisans, so that base is a little tougher than it looks.
Was that 3-0?
3-0.
Ouch. Now I lose 2 cats. Hey, it could have been worse. I could have lost 3 cats.
Ooh, boat builders. I could use boat builders.
You could.
Do I
Forward
want to?
planners is what I discarded a while ago. That's probably really good for you.
Going to draw them and end my turn because that was my 3 moves. My 3.
Yeah, you did some
Daylight.
moves, you did some battles. Alright.
I did 2 moves in 1 battle.
Alright, what's going on for the cats? Well,
Dun, dun, dun.
do I still have my crafters? I think I do.
Mm-hmm.
They actually survived.
Yeah.
Wow. So, okay, start by placing some wood. Those 3 sawbills have been just doing the work.
Yeah. They've been grinding.
Now, I don't know if I can actually build anywhere this turn. You guys kind of locked me out of everywhere nearby.
Every single
think
building
recruiting-
slot, a bar 1 is currently taken. No, 2.
And the places I can build are here, which requires going through 2 clearings I don't rule, or 3, depending on the direction. And here, which is,
Same thing.
there's a lot going on over there.
Also, I will kill you.
There's
if
a
you come
lot
over.
in my way there.
If you come over there, I will kill you.
Well, that's not just that. There's also sympathy, sympathy, sympathy. Sympathy, sympathy. I'm not getting there
That's
without
the
losing
fun
a
part
bunch
now,
of
is now that
cards.
there's sympathy everywhere, simply moving around the map is a movement tax.
Yes.
Because I have
You're
clustered
taxing us.
2/3 of the, or half the map with sympathy.
You're taxing us just for existing.
I mean,
There's only
that's what
one
you're
thing to
doing
do.
as the cats. Once we control the woodlands, no more cats eat the rich. Everybody has a minimum wage.
Minimum wage? Minimum wage? That's what you're fighting for, is minimum wage? At least fight for a little bit higher, like double minimum wage.
Yeah, no, that's the
know,
difference, is
right?
we'll increase the minimum wage so it is doubled.
I'm gonna craft propaganda bureau.
Minimum wage, benefits, and I'm not talking dental, vision, medical, I'm talking fuck that shit, It should all just be medical. Why did we separate eyes and teeth into their own separate insurance?
I'm using
We're
these
fighting
three
for the rights to
crafters.
combine all insurance into one category.
I mean, we're not against that. We're giving our employees dental if you want.
No.
Not all of our employees have teeth, but sure.
We're saying combine dental with medical. No more separate insurance companies for both benefits.
What do you got? 5 warriors there? 4 warriors in a building? You got 3 warriors there? Ugh. I only get to use this once. That will help, but it won't be the single thing to save my game. What color? Orange or red? That won't work, that won't work. That won't work. Still don't like those odds. Yep, I guess we're doing that.
Yay!
So for my first action, I'm going to spend this false order. Actually, this is my first action. For using my propaganda bureau, my new card I just crafted, I'm spending this false orders to turn this fox into a cat.
No. You are turning the fox orange.
Fine, I'll turn the fox orange.
It's important to me. I need to know who the scab is.
This fox decided that he wasn't so sure about this, whatever this thing is. Hold on, let me figure out what color orange I need. 255, 149, 67.
I love how it's okay when you use Propaganda Bureau, but not when I use it.
Well, of course. And this cat is now no longer a cat. He doesn't exist.
I can put him in the bag of timeout if you like.
Sure. So now I have this Alliance Fox Warrior. He is not an Alliance Fox Warrior anymore. He is He is a cat fox warrior.
He was a turncoat. He was promised that if he's willing to, he's the Hulk Hogan of the foxes. He was promised that if he turns in his fellow Unionists, they'll give him more money that they would have had to give everybody else.
And now he's going to battle the Woodland Alliance at this, this whatever this is. He didn't just turn on you. He turned on you and gave the secrets to your military base over here. He's now going to use it to take it down from within.
Okay. Oh, so you're going to attack me?
Yeah, he's going to battle.
Ambush!
Any ambush?
Ambush. And
well,
dies.
rip that guy. Turncoat's dead. Well, that was a good endeavor.
It was what I've been saving that ambush for that I just got this turn.
Hey, I mean, this base is now undefended if somebody else wanted to take it out before your turn.
Oh, true.
I guess such an eerie. But it's not going to be me.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
there's a good chance it'll be defended after his turn. So it's really just Eerie who has the chance to take it out.
Eerie has orange build, not red build, so Eerie cannot build there.
But Eerie could just battle there if they had an extra move.
You know, in poker tournaments, it's against the rules to tell people what to do.
Yep. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you a suggestion. Also in Root, it is definitely within the way to play Root to give suggestions to players.
Yeah. A multiplayer politics game.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's a politics game.
Both Knight and I are trying to convince you to attack the other one of us, basically.
I still have 2 more actions, and I don't even know what I'm doing with these 2 remaining actions. The hope was that the battle, I removed either 1 or 2 things, and I didn't use the second battle there. Marching there would have been a pain, but maybe I should have just led with that and lost all my cards to sympathy. That sounds like a bad idea.
If it makes you feel better, Allium, I probably can't win on my turn. Correction, I definitely cannot win on my turn. I just did the math, and it's like, never mind, I definitely can't. I do not have the action economy.
I definitely don't have the actions to win on my turn right now. Even if I had taken that base, I can't build anywhere.
Here's the ironic thing, though. There's a way I could have. I could win.
Is it my turn?
On my turn.
No, I still got to move. I'm going to recruit for one of my actions. I guess
Ironically,
it's just
there is
2.
a way I could win. If you guys destroy enough sympathy tokens, I can just rebuild them and win.
I'm just seeing if I can build somewhere first, and I don't see a spot I could build in any way.
No.
It would take too many actions. Oh, okay. I guess I'm recruiting, which will give me 2 warriors, which kind of sucks, but
Mm-hmm.
got nothing else to
You
do.
can't build in.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to build there, I don't just need to get warriors here. So that would be, I need to get at least 5 warriors there, plus get enough warriors to rule either this clearing or this clearing, so it's connected to my wood network.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's a lot of work for me to build somewhere.
Cats
Early
have
game, though, I ruled most of the map, which is why it looked so easy.
Yep. Cats have a lot of early potential. The hard part is keeping it when they're so stretched so thin. Whereas Irie starts from a single space and attempts to control a lot, and they can snowball. They're literally a snowball group, but that's why they have the turmoil, to make sure they can't snowball endlessly.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the next thing to do would be to retreat these cats, because they're not doing anything where they are. Can I retreat anywhere? Looks like I roll either of those 2 clearings, so we will retreat them.
Card, please.
We'll retreat them over here.
God damn it.
You shouldn't
I'd
have
rather
said
have
that
a
so
standing-
soon, Baron.
No, I didn't want him over there. That's why I said that.
Well, I would have eventually decided against that. It was just, I needed to see my options. And the card play was like, yeah, good point. Alright.
I
that's my
didn't
turn.
think
That's
it
the
was going
action
to
I
take this
need.
long. I don't think
Oh,
I'll
no.
be able to play one.
Yeah, fair.
No, this has been a very, very slow game. Some of the turns, people are
Especially
just
because
talking.
a lot of us are explaining what we're doing in detail so that everyone knows what's going on.
No, it's a common problem with strategy games that somebody says, "Now here are the 5 reasons why I'm doing this thing." Like, just tell me what you're doing, and we'll move on.
With
I'll
4
learn,
people...
and
Have
I'll
you
get
never
better
read
at
a
the
novel
game.
where the character has to explain all their motivations before they can punch the bad guy?
Yeah,
That's
isn't
what.
that
Well,
called, isn't that called Shonen?
we're not reading a novel right now. Let's make it. Speaking of which, let's make a decision. All right, I'm making a decision.
Root's a
Make a
story game. It's
decision.
not a combat game.
I mean, I usually have the shortest turns because I usually can't do half my actions.
Let's put. Let's put another one of these in move. Yep, blue and move. Then will I craft?
If you can
No.
get over here, you could craft.
I will not craft. I will
Not craft
recruit. Recruit.
Yeah.
I'll put 1 in yellow, 1 in red, and then.
Click.
Huh?
And I just saw a tabletop button and I wonder what it does.
And then I will move 1, then move.
Oh. Well, grip those.
3. Here. And then I will battle the cats here.
Okay.
Where are you battling
and
me?
you also need to give me a card because you moved here.
In an orange. And I will, I will be friendly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cool.
Alright.
That's a good card.
Well, we're not going to ambush.
It is a good card, I know. But,
I will not use it against
Goodwill.
you, I promise.
thanks.
Well, I mean, he's just going to use it to spread sympathy.
Dealing 2.
Rip.
And I receive. Dealing 3,
What is this, mouse?
technically. Yeah, this mouse.
Mouse.
Dealing 3.
How is life these days? I think I will spend my mouse in a sack. See, look at this little guy. He's in a little bag.
That's cute.
We use that bag to smuggle the cats out of the territory.
Oh, it's straight up called mouse in a sack. My goodness.
Yep.
And then I will build there. Where is it? That's not it.
Right, we're
That's it.
close.
And then that's the end of my turn for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoop. And drawing 2 cards. Pass turn.
Okay. Okay, hey, hi neighbors. Hi, good to meet you. Okay. So, first off,
around.
I cannot revolt because I'm at the max number of revolts. And I cannot spread sympathy because I only have 2 sympathy cards.
It costs 3 for him to spread now.
Yeah, at minimum. 4 if it was to spread someplace else.
4 for martial law, yes.
Yep. So,
I guess the more support he has, the harder it is to convince more people to his side, because he got all the easy targets already.
It's yeah. What's interesting is apparently I'm more sympathetic as I'm dying. As the man cracks down, more people join my side.
When you're doing well, we're just like, yeah, we'll just wait it out and see what happens.
What if I don't want to pay my dues? I don't think I should have to.
Like, what if I don't like the way that this revolution's being run?
I'm gonna do that.
What if I don't like the font on the pamphlets you're printing?
And that's kind of not a useful card otherwise. Can I? Yeah, yes. And I'm going to craft the other sword. Just
Another sword. They've got 2 swords now.
That's
enough for, like,
union
some
purposes, okay? Union business.
They've got 2 swords. That's
Union
dangerous.
business.
And they've got a bag to hide the swords to sneak them across the border.
And we got bribe money.
And bribe money. That's a recipe for disaster right there.
And then for movement on my turn, I get the 3 military actions as usual.
And yeah, there's no more swords now.
Yep.
So, no sorting,
And the
I
catch
guess.
is there are no provinces that are anywhere near where I would need to do any kind of, like, I'm talking to people.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of
And
warriors with you, or you
I can't
need a
even
guy to
move
just
from here
wait.
because I don't control the province. The Irie does.
Oh yeah, the birds do.
Mm-hmm.
They've got 40 or 3.
Yep.
Your only move you can make right now is from here,
Oh, no, it's 4 to my 4.
unless you recruit more.
Oh, yeah.
It's not 4. Oh no, never mind. It's a dark green guy.
Yep.
He threw me off.
Yeah, that's fair. And
I'll
I can
start
only
making
recruit
lighter.
from bases by default because I don't have the card that would let me do otherwise. So basically, there is no space I can spread sympathy this turn. Therefore, that's all the points I'm getting this turn.
What you can do is build up your army even more.
Oh yeah, that's the plan. Is I'm going to get the troops that have died in my recent battles. So definitely 1 here is an advantage. But the catch is, I've learned that there is a certain someone with Propaganda Bureau, so a single warrior by themselves is dangerous. Therefore,
I mean, how likely is that guy to betray you, like the last guy did?
well, that's to say, if I have insurance, not likely.
I mean, I guess he is less likely to betray you if he has a friend.
Yeah, because you can't do more than 1 attack per turn, and I don't see you wasting 2 battles just to potentially kill a base. You could, if you feel like you have no other alternative.
I would do it if I would use 2 battles if with 1 warrior if I thought I had enough to do it.
Exactly. But the other advantage is you're down to only 1 card, down from, oh, I gotta discard, you're down to only 1, so, you know.
Well, yeah, I lost all my recruiters.
Mm-hmm.
My card draw went from 3, which I was in the mid game, to 1.
Yeah. Whereas I'm still sitting at 4, which is ridiculous card draw for this game.
Yep, 4 is a lot,
4 is
which
a
is why we're
lot.
supposed to kill your bases.
I
But
know.
I mean,
It's never been a good option.
it hasn't gone well so far.
Uh-huh. And I'm just thinking, my last I can battle, but there's nothing I really want to battle. Like, I could attack this random Corvid that's sitting there, I guess, but it's like, The danger of a Corvid sitting there is a Corvid sitting there could become 2 Corvids sitting there. That's the problem. I don't mind a Corvid, I mind 2 Corvids.
What
But
if it
also,
was just...
Lily is at 9 points. So that's the problem, is Lily isn't
Yeah, you're
really...
targeting me.
I know, I don't
Which
want
is
to target you. I don't want you... That's part of the problem with the Corvid faction, is they're really easy to shut down. So it feels
Corvids are either doing great or not doing great.
like if
There's
I
really
leave you
no in
alone,
between for
you
them.
could get a lot of points. If I attack you, I feel like I'm a bully.
But you are a bully. There's no any other
Baron
way
is
to
a
say-
bully.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, is there anywhere I could potentially do that? Because yeah, everywhere I
I'll
could
say that's
possibly
one of the
move...
hard parts with Corvids.
Mhm.
You want to plot somewhere where everybody is, because that gives you the most advantage. But if you plot somewhere where everybody is, they also don't want their plots there.
Yeah.
But if you plot
This
over
has
by
been a
yourself,
bullshit weekend since yesterday.
Yep. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something that makes a little more sense, because there's a reason I'm doing this, and it's a really good reason. I'm gonna move my kitty
You do-
here just to have a little control. I can actually control from here. So there's a mouse alone. A mouse alone isn't a threat because sure you could convert it, but there's a problem. A, it costs you a card. B, rabbit partisans.
You have mouse partisans though, don't you?
I have mouse and rabbit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying you justified moving away from the rabbit base to defend the mouse base as
Not to
I have
defend the
rabbit
mouse
partisans.
space, it's so that I can move out of the mouse space.
That's fair.
Because of the number of Ivory Warriors there. It's so that I can move to another space, potentially.
I mean, while you're at it, why not just recruit all those fox warriors over there and not defend the fox base? That doesn't need defense.
I don't have Fox Partisans, that's why. If I had Fox Partisans, I would absolutely do that. And so I will end my turn by drawing 4 cards.
I mean, if you got rid of all the guys defending there, that Corvid could have a fun time with the base.
True. Oh good, I got tunnels again. You treat clearings of your crafting pieces as adjacent. I mean, to be fair, that is a lot of movement.
On the other hand, though, your problem isn't moving out of your bases. Your problem is moving out of the next clearing.
Yeah.
Hey, Baron, look, it's the card you needed.
Oh yeah, Fox Partisans? Oh yeah. Yep, oh well.
That's what you need to complete your trilogy.
I know, right?
Some people call it the Infinity Gauntlet when you have all of them together.
Mm-hmm. Because it means you get +1, but it does mean you have to spend cards. That's the catch with my massive draw and partisans. If I activate partisans, I lose cards. In this case, it is all of my cards other than mice, which could be a lot, so it's not ideal.
Imagine having multiple cards.
With having, it's not, it doesn't balance well with having a high draw, unless I'm willing to sacrifice that high draw.
It works really well on your turn, because you usually just dump all your cards into supporters.
Exactly. And that's before I take a turn, so that's my advantage.
On our turns as defense, not so good for you.
Yep.
First of my action. My second action is I want to fight Baron in the red.
The one thing I should point out, because we haven't had a battle with Baron yet.
Yep.
When he is the defender in battle, he will take the higher of the 2 dice rolls, and as the attacker, you'll take the lower one.
Yep.
Which makes it very hard to defeat a base unless you just get really good rolls. Your best bet is, let's say you do roll, say, a 2-2. You're going to lose both of your warriors, and he'll lose both of his warriors.
Okay. You're attacking?
If you still want to battle, then
Let
feel
me-
free.
Let me think again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll battle the cats instead. Over
All right,
here
where
in
are you battling
red.
the cats?
In
red?
the red right here.
Okay. What is that? Red, I will not ambush.
Okay.
One.
Not terrible.
And then one more battle in the same place.
All right.
Ooh.
Well, rip that cat. So if you
That's
have an extra
lucky.
battle from Exert, that's 2 free points right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could destroy. Oh, 3 technically if you attack the card
Well.
board.
One free point, 1 if you roll a 1 or higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do exert,
All right.
and I'll roll.
Yeah, you got to roll in this case because there's 2. And yep, you got at least a 1, so you get to kill them both.
Nice.
Yay!
So you get 2 points for that.
Good
I'm on
choice, because if you
11
didn't do it,
now.
I was going to. And you probably don't want that.
See, things are not looking so good for the cats.
No.
But on the bright side, you know what we do have? We have wood. And plenty of it.
Yeah, you're just gonna spend it. And hey, look, a bunch of building slots just opened.
The question is, are there
Yeah.
6 points worth of building slots? Probably not.
Let's see.
The problem is I got 1 building slot that just opened. I don't have
yeah.
another one.
And one of them is card, so recruiter isn't even worth it. So yeah, you'd have to build at least 3. You don't have enough build actions.
such is life.
You could. There is the option to attack the sympathy, of course.
There always is.
Mm-hmm. But again, sympathy is only worth 1 point unless you are the Irie who gets more points for destroying cardboard. Oh, no, right. It's for destroying warriors. That's what it is. You get points for killing warriors as one of the card types. Is that the one you have?
No, that's Deathbit.
That's what it is, okay.
Commander gives him bonus hits.
That's what it is, right. Yeah, Despot's the weird
worry
one where you get points for destroying, but you don't actually get battle, you get move and build. They balance the commanders very carefully.
Well, they balance the commanders in a way, yes.
I didn't say it was good, I said it was careful.
Commander's one of those who's great later in the game, but not so great as a starting one.
Mm-hmm. And then pretty much no...
Despot is also good later in the game, or good as a starter. Charismatic's probably best as a starter.
And nobody uses Builder.
Builder sucks, yes.
Builder,
Everybody just...
you get extra points if you craft, or you ignore the crafting penalty that you normally have.
If you do the math, that's a difference of like 12 points, which you could also just have went Despot and got to those 12 points without having to draw every single item card.
Yeah. It's 12 at most.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't like those numbers, but that might be the best play.
Mm-hmm. What you also could do is do a force march, go right into my base, and attack me.
Yeah, that's what I'm counting, to see if I have enough warriors to make that actually work.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to do 2 moves to get there, but then I'm only getting 1 battle. I don't like those odds.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess we're marching. Although... maybe I need a backup plan. Because this plan is going to leave a very rough state in my keep.
Yep.
So, backup plan. We are all... well, except that guy. We're all leaving. Actually, you know what? That guy's coming with us, too. So we're definitely... actually, before I move them, I need to spend my card so I don't have to give it to Baron.
You gonna try to expose something just to spend it?
Oh, no, I'm not going to expose something. I'm going to turn into a warrior.
Ah.
Question is just, where's the...
how do you do that?
where's something in the same suit?
Oh, is it because it's a blue card you can do it
prop.
anytime?
No, it's propaganda.
Oh, right.
So here's some propaganda. We're going to propaganda. I guess killing a Woodland Alliance warrior is my best propaganda. Yeah, might as well. You know what? I'm taking this Corvid.
No, I like that Corvid.
That doesn't look
Yeah, it
orange.
doesn't work.
Still, we're taking that Corvid. He's mine. Here,
Huh?
this guy's exiled.
Wait, what do you mean you're taking my Corvid?
No, my Corvid.
No, I'm taking the Corvid he took from you at the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
He just changed allegiance again.
that Corvid is a surefire, is a Fairweather friend.
Alright, so now I move a bunch of cats over here
Yep.
for my first part of move.
Mm-hmm.
And then I move a bunch of cats. Let's see, I want to leave, I think, 2 cats behind. So that's my second move. I'm going to end up leaving 2 cats there. And then bring 5 over here. Is that the numbers I want?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm gonna hit them twice. The first hit, he might do 2 hits. The second hit, he might do 2 hits again. And then then a third battle potentially. We'll do it like that. Okay. So we'll leave 3 over at the keep. We'll have 1 for the Corv, and we'll have a few guys over here. Okay. So I outraged you twice. My hand is empty, so just take them both from the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to battle
And the-
you in this clearing. Any ambush.
Yes. Blue ambush.
You have an ambush. Congratulations.
You gave me 7 cards. It's your fault.
I didn't give you 7 cards. You drew 7
I
cards.
drew 4. You chose not to take it from
Oh,
me.
the cards you got from Sympathy should have went to your supporters, by the way.
Oh, right. The good
So
news
you don't
is-
have 7 cards.
Yep. The good news is also that neither of those was a
I assume the ambush you had before.
yeah, I had the ambush was actually the card that Allium gave me.
It is battle time.
Yep.
Alright. We're open for good numbers. I got bad numbers.
Okay, Pot Kitty.
Well, that was a long run. Alright.
All right. Do you want to attack again?
Nope, we're not going to. I mean, do you want to use your partisans to discard most of that junk?
No.
You sure?
I would
Kill a
lose.
cat.
I would lose 3 cards, and they're the ones I want. The only one I would keep is tunnels.
Alright, for my third action, I'm gonna build a recruiter here. Backup plan was important.
Yep.
So I'm gonna spend my 2 wood that's not in the keep. So nobody attack the keep. And yeah, I'm gonna draw 2 cards now because I'm back up to that state.
Yep. Moral of the story is that was a turn that could have gone better if I had an ambush deal.
Shit, the deck's empty.
Deck is empty,
How
we just
often
shuffled
do you
again.
go through the entire deck twice?
It happens relatively often.
I guess to be fair, most of our games we played before have been with like 3 people.
Yeah. So in terms of drawing, our cats have had a pretty good draw this
Whose turn
game.
is it?
Let me pass the.
Yours.
Cats have had a pretty good draw this game, and you have definitely had very good draw this game.
Are you getting tired, Allium?
Erie also been decent.
It's
My deck's fucking shit.
I don't know. There's just a.
Later than we planned to go, I know.
I'm going to play Blue Battle. Whoop.
Ooh, that's an ambush.
Yeah, I know. I only have what I have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that tells us, well, there's nothing in the discard anymore. But if anybody remembers what's within the discard, that might tell you where some of those ambushes are.
The other blue ambushes, and there's definitely no blue ambushes in anybody's hand at the moment. And the red ambush is in there as well. So the only ambush not accounted for are orange and yellow. Actually, no, yellow.
And I owe you a card, Green.
Yep. Cool. And the supporters.
And I will attack at least once here. Yellow at orange.
You're attacking the cats?
I'm attacking the cats.
Alright. Well, we aren't doing anything about that, so good luck.
Right
Fun
now,
storming the recruiter.
oof.
3.
There goes my recruiter.
And then
Hey.
You get a point for that.
I do.
So I have my 25 warriors. I was up to 21 at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm back down to like 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot. Oh, and then I attack it second time. That was the first attack. What am I gonna do the second time? Let's.
So there's a lot of battles you can choose from.
I know. I can read the board. I am capable of reading the board. I will attack you know what? Hey, Corvid. I can't spare any of the cards in my hand, but I am gonna attack what I just landed on, I
I can't
guess.
even do shit.
Poor little Corvids.
No bunny ambush that you want to play?
I can't do anything. I've gotten no ambushes at all
Yeah.
drawing.
And the
I
only
think all the ambushes were discarded. I'm pretty sure no one has an ambush left.
ooh.
Woof. Woof.
So that's
Oh
minus-
no!
That's
Well,
minus 2 for
two Eerie
you.
die.
But then the plot and the Corvid die as well. Was that a raid?
No.
Okay.
You only
Oh,
lose 2
okay.
Eerie.
He's only 2.
So you
actually.
lose. So 1 for the dice roll, 1 for the upside down plot.
Yeah.
There was only 1 warrior on the defender side, so they only could do up to 1 hit
Oh,
normally.
I gotcha.
And then the plot's always a free
Gotcha.
hit.
Okay.
And then there's nowhere to build.
Oh, actually, yeah, then I can't do this. Never. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's actually happening is I will lose 1 victory point per thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then purge. I'll just move them here for now.
I see.
Then
Another one bites the dust.
depose, and I will Grab Erie Leader. And
There is
huh?
one amendment to what I said before. There is one reason why Builder is useful. If you happen to have a lot of craftables and are gonna win on your next turn
Yeah.
with your craftables. Otherwise, yeah, they're kind of weird.
1, 2, 3, 4. And then draw 2 cards.
All right. If I did my math correctly, this game will end here. If we want to go to bed, I wasn't trying to win, but if you want to go to bed, I can end the game right now.
No, I'll just say as a disclosure,
Why
if
would
you
you
don't
not
end the game
win?
on your turn, there's a good chance it will end on my turn,
Yeah.
and there's a chance Erie could also pull out a win here.
Also true.
Just win if you can.
I was trying to go
I
easy
almost
because
virtually
it
have a
was
win.
first game, but yeah. Let's see here. I can
See,
first off.
in a normal root game, I wouldn't say that, but yes, I'll say that just because people are interested in ending.
Yep. So revolt. I have this in my pile of supporters.
Yeah, so between that, you'll probably be able to get the points you need, and
If not, I can also craft.
Tunnels will probably get it for you.
If not, I can do this.
Well, let's just double check. So you need, what do you need? You
I
got
need 7 points to win.
mouse.
Yep. So
So
I can
right
I need
here,
to
we get
spend-
you 3.
Yeah, 3. I would spend both the mice and one of the blues, and that lets me build 1 there. That's 4 points.
Yeah, you definitely have the win.
Yeah. And then I can I can do this literally anywhere. So I can spend, other than this, I cannot do support here, but I can spend these 3 supporters. And I can build sympathy here.
You say literally anywhere. You literally have 2 clearings left to spread into, and one of them's this one.
I can't do it here though, I don't have the supporters.
So you're literally anywhere is 1 clearing.
This is the only clearing I can spread into. And then, on my other turn, I can craft this using my 2 reds to get an additional 2 points, putting me at 33. And then with that, I can craft the crossbow, putting me... I can't craft it, I already have 2 swords, I can't craft that, but 1 crossbow. 32.
To be pedantic, the game ends as soon as you reach 30 points.
I'm aware.
So
Yeah.
You won either way.
Yay, unions for everybody!
Yay!
So in the end, the war was so disrupted to the woodland that everybody just joined the revolution and overthrew all the current governments. The Erie did not rise back to power. The cats lost their position, and the Corvids... I don't even know what the Corvids are trying to do, to be honest. What did the board say?
I don't remember what the Corvids are doing.
They're plotting. I don't remember what their plots are working towards.
Yeah, what's their official lore faction?
Oh, they want to be the true power behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So they become the leaders, but they're the secret leaders.
Yeah, they want to
So
be
the
sneaky
Corvids
leaders.
did not manage to pull enough strings to become the secret leaders.
Yep. Because they weren't secret enough, which I think is the biggest problem the Corvids have, is the one mechanic is sneaky, but not the other mechanic is sneaky. Because they're a little too easy to punish, I think is what it is.
Yeah, the big thing you have to be careful about with Corvids is if you're plotting in everybody's territory, then people are just going to probably want to take down the plot because it's too big of a risk to them. But it's hard to find territory that no one else has claimed to actually place your plots. So there's always that little catch-22 there. The alternative is you just play the Corvids and you go for a militaristic Corvids and just battle anywhere where people are weak, taking advantage of your movement. Which, you can do that. That gets harder and harder as the Wood of the Alliance takes over more.
I know it doesn't matter because 2 other players were 1 turn ahead of me, but 2 turns from now I would have won.
Oof. Oof.
Yeah, so on my next turn, I had this T card to craft with my workshop, which almost certainly would still be here from the keep.
Yep.
You'd have to go through so much stuff to remove that. And then from there, I just need 2 points, which is just me building basically any building.
If I
And
didn't
I have enough wood, I could probably have it happen.
Yeah, not having the supporters even, the last thing I was debating doing was just doing a march using 2 military to go, but it again, can't spread in the keep, which... Yep. Good enough for the
Yeah,
future.
you could have probably made it with tunnels, because you said you had tunnels now.
I do have tunnels. I could easily.
Tunnels would have gotten you over here, which would have at least let a large pile of warriors take a move and then probably do something.
Yeah, I can see how Woodland Alliance is a last-second burst faction.
Yeah, the key thing with Woodland Alliance, which shows up a lot in teaching games, is Woodland Alliance, if they have 2 or 3 bases on the board, are in a very strong position to just win.
Mm-hmm.
So you really need to, as the players fighting them, go out there and destroy their bases. It's a big cost to destroy it, but that's what you gotta do if you don't think you have the win, like, immediately.
Yep.
So, like, on my last run, I didn't think I had the win, which is why I went after your base. I just couldn't destroy it.
So, Ali, I'm
And
going
they
to ask
rolled
you
good
quickly
enough.
first so you can head out if you want to. How was the game? Did you enjoy it, or any things? I know you've
Not
played
my
before.
type of game.
Not your type of game? Yeah, that's fair.
What were your specific notes?
You guys good, Lily?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
worth saying there are other
No,
factions
no.
that play
No,
differently.
Knight?
It might just not be your game.
Knight, Lily, what stuck out to you as something you didn't like? Because for me, what I'm used to with this kind of game is people taking their turn. Sorry,
Yeah, we definitely did a lot
perhaps
of
a little
explaining
mean.
this time.
Yeah. My habit with teaching this kind of game is you make sure that somebody knows how to play their turn, and then whatever, if people make mistakes, they make like strategic flubs. They make strategic flubs, and then they learn, and then we move on. We don't tell them what to do. Well, here are your 2 good options, and one of the things is what I would recommend. Well, then you play it.
Yeah, I can see that.
So ultimately, if you don't want strategic advice, I won't give you strategic advice. So you said pretty early on you didn't want advice, so I tried to keep quiet of your turn outside of just missing rules.
Yeah, thank you. And that wasn't
There's
just
definitely some players who prefer a little bit more strategic advice in their first game, because especially there's a lot going on in this game. And even ignoring teaching or not, if you're playing Root normally, you're expected to have some conversations between players where you say, hey, we should do this.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's-
not me saying,
Absolutely.
it's not me taking your turn for you, it's just me giving you a suggestion of, this would benefit me if you do that action. Since this was a teaching game, I also sometimes would say things against my own faction's interest. In a normal game, I wouldn't say anything against me.
I
Yeah.
had fun though. I do like this game.
Yeah. Ultimately, the key thing with this game is it is a war game, and that's not to everybody's taste. Some people prefer games where you're not just working aggressively against each other. But also, the game has a lot of factions, and sometimes people like certain factions that don't like other factions.
I do like it, when there are asymmetrical games. I like it when there's only 2 people, because once you get to a situation where there are 4 people playing a completely different board game that happens to share the space, it's just a lot to keep track of, which is like really cool. And I think Root balances the complexity pretty well, but I've seen it done badly as well.
Yeah, with
It does mean you have to play a few games before you really get going with Root to really know what's going on everywhere.
What it kind of is with Root is what their intention is it's asymmetric, so you play different games, but they try to make sure that you're designed to interact with other factions. Some factions pull this off more successfully than others, of course.
Yeah. There's some factions we didn't play with, which are very high interactivity. We mostly didn't use them because they're just more complex when you gotta deal with interacting with them at the same time as learning your faction. So like Baron's favorite is the Otters. They have a mechanic where they literally sell cards to other players in exchange for some of their warriors. And that can really help you like when you're building your decree, because you can get the card you want in your decree instead of being forced to just put whatever's in your hand.
But yeah.
I guess, yeah, the board game groups I play with, the focus is on helping somebody understand how to take their own turn. And if they, and you explain what you're doing as you do it, and then let them make their own decisions because it's faster that way too. If I explain, here are the 5 things I could do and why all of them would be good. Oh, you did that thing, and here are the 3 effects that's going to have on all 3 other people at the table. That's just going to fill up all the time, and now it's going to take twice as long as it should have. Again, all of this is just my
I
preference.
understand the complaint. I'll also just say, though, in the root games I've played, that tends to be a lot of how the games go, because a lot of people treat this as a table politics game.
And I think that's
you could
why...
definitely have a table group that doesn't do that. So
No,
if
it
your
is a
group-
table politics game. I also play a lot of political strategy games where it's a free-for-all, first past the post, and we're like wheeling and dealing. And I don't know.
If anything, I think you'd probably
I guess
enjoy
this
it
is why
more.
every other group I know doesn't like Root, because it's always like this, maybe.
If anything, you
I
might
like
it could be a
Root.
thing against, or it could just be this is how people play Root. Because you could definitely play this
Yes,
without
culture.
talking to people and suggesting things. You could definitely have a culture that
You're-
just goes
No,
in it.
you're not listening. I do play games where people talk to each other. And there's strategy games and we're like saying, oh, actually, hey, if you do this, I'll do this for you. And they go, okay. And then that's the end of the discussion. I don't know. I don't know why.
My experience is it's not always just like that, because oh wait, but what are you trying to get out of this deal? So there's a back and forth as you're trying to make the deals, and sometimes those discussions last a while.
Okay. Yeah, more of a role-playing game.
Yeah, a little bit role-playing, a little bit just strategic. I don't entirely trust you because I know you're just trying to win yourself. So what's the goal behind this deal? Are you just giving me free advice? There's really no free advice.
Whereas
Yeah,
I think
sure.
that's because, this game definitely a lot of the advice felt free, and that might have made a different tone.
Yeah, possibly. It's one of the hard things is this game also, I'd say it's a pretty well-balanced game, but to some degrees the game is also a little bit fragile just due to the asymmetry. So if one faction is falling behind and some of the other faction are pulling ahead, it can be a really rough experience if they don't know what to do and they aren't giving any
for sure.
suggestions.
For sure.
If everybody's kind of close, then at that point, everybody probably knows what they're doing. Especially with the scoring paces being different, it can be really hard to tell if someone's falling behind because they have a big plan they haven't put into motion yet, or if they're falling behind because, well, they're a little lost. Like we saw with the Woodland Alliance, they were falling behind at first, but then they pulled ahead towards the end.
Because I got lucky and drew the 4 cards I needed in one turn. That win was absolutely luck.
I think even without the craftable cards, you still had enough points from those sympathy spreads. You might have still been able to pull it off. It might just have taken an extra turn.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only reason I had a win next turn was because I happened to draw a T card. If I hadn't drawn that, I don't think I could place 2 buildings next turn.
Anyone else have any thoughts? I know, Wizard, you were saying that you want to play, but obviously not tonight. Would you be interested in playing at a different time? If you're still here. You might not be here.
I'm headed off. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Night.
See you, Lily.
I will be right back.
Pieces.
Alright. Yep. It is a game. We shall see. Schedule tomorrow, continuing Disco Elysium, and then there will be no stream next Saturday. I'll see what I can possibly do in the meantime to make up for it, but I will be busy because Saturdays. Anybody live to do a raid of? All the new music I haven't heard yet, so that's interesting. There's a lot of people because it's a Saturday afternoon, so everybody doing stuff. So I'll do that person. I think I do that person. I did him recently, I think. No, I haven't. I haven't in a while. Okay, I'll go right Heart Disney Horizon because it's been forever. Thank you everybody for joining. It's always a pleasure. And I'll see you all the time. Yep, I figured that was gonna happen. Bye. Table flip. Later.